You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We must work in cognizant. Oh yeah, let's get serious, don't make it true. Country hard and the government bad. What we must remember is the government of Trinidad. We bought them in power, that is true. They got to do what we want them to. Don't allow complacency to make any party dictate for the country. Every country gets a government that deserves. If we elect them to serve, that's why we must be concerned. Every country gets a government that deserves. For more improvement, bigger achievements, work with government, stop being complacent. Judy.
This is Caribbean Time.
Let us get serious now about national affairs. Cause it's with the masses facing all the blood, sweat and tears. Let us get serious with Parliament. Check on how our money is spent. Don't just sit without a murmur and create a monster ready to devour. Every country gets a government they deserve. If we elect them to serve, that's why we must be concerned. Every country gets a government they deserve. For more improvement, bigger achievements, work with government, stop being complacent. Truly. We going through crucial times, as we all could see. The entire nation should live with more unity. It's not what the country could do for me. It's what I could do for my country. Don't listen criticizing. I'm not realizing gets a government to deserve. Prosperity, a better economy. Work with government. Stop being complacent.
Yes, 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 yes. Welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And Miss Rhoda Bharath, I already see you in the background. So give us a few minutes. I see you, I see you, I see you. You know, looking splendorous tonight, Miss Rhoda Bharath, of course. And here we go with the other half of the tutors of the Dark Triplet, no other than Diana, Waveney, Benskin, McDonald, boy. Hey, you ever do like Rhoda, boy?
That's right. That's right.
like you know Rhoda was coming on.
That's right. That's right.
Oh God! Well, yes. Girl, don't see her like Rhoda. The girls stay like Rhoda Bharath, boy.
That's right. That's right. Wait, but before we go any further, I want to say something, right?
Yeah.
Kiss me quick because I love you so, love you so. Bésame mucho.
Okay, all right.
A whole lot of kissing.
Or French?
Yeah, bésame mucho is Spanish.
Spanish, all right.
So I mean, kiss me a lot. A whole lot of kissing going on in Trinidad. So I just wanted to start the program, you know, and you all can kiss my mug too. You see my beautiful mug?
Oh, you have a fantabulous mug there, man.
Yeah,
and let me just do some quick superlatives. Of course, Takisha was inside 6:01 p.m. Takisha, you're inside. What tax? You're inside. Nadia Mongol, boy. Now, all of them come to see you, boy. All of them come to see you.
Thanks, Bonnie. Thanks, Takisha. Hey, Raj, watch yourself. Watch yourself. Halloween here. Watch yourself. Rhoda go fix her when she come in here.
Yeah,
fix it, Rhoda.
I'll put it ready, you know. Run. I'll play ready, you know, because we got to play this sit down in the corner. Oh, God.
No, we're not putting Ron Horner in the corner anymore. We put in somebody else. Ron, I taking you out of the corner permanently. We go tell you who we putting in the corner. You want me to tell you who we putting in the corner?
No, don't tell me.
We ain't gonna tell you. We're gonna tell you who we putting in the corner permanently. Little Ron Horner, you are not in the corner any longer.
All right. Grace Casa. Grace, it seems like you're new joining us.
Victoria Lopez, she's new.
Yeah, I think all of them come to see you, right?
Yeah, they come to see Diana. She already here. Yeah.
I think all of them come to see Rhoda, boy. Rhoda. Let me bring Miss Rhoda Bharath in here. Let me continue. Let me bring Miss Rhoda Bharath in here. Miss Rhoda Bharath. Welcome to
There we go. Hi.
There we go.
How are y'all doing? Good evening. It's nice to be here.
Good evening.
Let's say a special welcome to you in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We are streaming live on different social media channels, and we are also live on 95.9 FM here in New Jersey.
Oh.
And we have, we global, we not just local. You know what I mean? So yes, the Dark Triplet, the D is considered to be Diana. Diana is a person we heard previously. She's considered to be the Storm.
Right here.
A is Anselm. That's me. I am Anselm. They call me Flash of Wall Street. We're going to have Gary joining us soon. Gary's the G. He's called the Phantom. And we have another gentleman. He's not here with us tonight. You know, he's called Tommy. He's considered to be the outside child. And the ladies in the chat call him the love child. So, yeah. So, Ms. Rhoda Bharath, welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.
And good evening to your audience. I'm seeing Rose Celestine, Takisha Claremont, Fish Stick.
It grows as the night goes along because they jump from Douglas politics and other.
Yeah, let's go
over the place.
And let's say, right, this program, first of all, Ms. Rhoda Bharath is a university lecturer. She's also an author and a blogger. She completed her MFA in creative writing at the University of the West Indies and was shortlisted for the Hollick Avon Prize for creative nonfiction. So, Miss Rhoda, by the way, Rhoda, just ask, do you still teach at the University of the West Indies?
Yeah, I actually, a class ended at 6 p.m. So I had a class up until 6 p.m. today from 4 to 6. So yeah, I'm still working at the University of the West Indies. I pay my bills.
So are you teaching English for academic purposes?
I teach I teach in the academic literacies program. So that program has a number of courses that we offer to students across about 5 faculties. So the university has, I think, maybe about 6 or 7 faculties, but we offer courses to about 5 of the 7 faculties on the campus. So humanities and education, social sciences, law, the Faculty of Science and Technology, the Faculty of Food and Agriculture, those 5 faculties we offer courses to. So every semester I'm there teaching. So I'm either teaching students who are doing law, students that are in the Faculty of Humanities and Education, the Faculty of Social Sciences, or Science and Technology and Food and Agriculture every semester.
Wow. And you also have a BA in History and Literature from the University of the West Indies, correct?
Yes, that's what my first degree was in. It was a double major in history and in literature. And then I went on to do a master's in creative writing. And thereafter, I started working in the academic literacies program at the University of the West Indies. And I've been there since 2002. Yeah, since 2002 to now. So I've been there.
And Rhoda, the only reason why I bring this up, right, is because we're going to get into some of the thing with the politics now. Because I bring this thing up with you because I think sometimes when we are involved in politics, whether on side A or side B, you know, people doesn't know the background of these individuals and things that they actually do, other than seeing them on a live and on social media and going back and forth with the politics now. And that's why I kind of like to put that on the table when people like yourself, you know, come on a program like this, for people to understand that it's not just the Rhoda Bharath, just see a news source, you know, talking about Tuppy. That what you call him?
Yeah, that's one of my names for him. It's actually my favorite name for him, Tuppy. I mean, you know, from time to time, Tuppy and I have had face-to-face conversations, and he has said to me that he doesn't mind the name Tuppy. He finds it's cute. But yeah, I think it's important to contextualize people and to get an audience to understand that people have multiple facets to themselves. So very often in the last 5 to 10 years or so, I've had people reference me and refer to me as a blogger, which amuses me to some extent because I don't think of myself as a blogger at all. I have been and continue to be involved in education. And a lot of what I do online is an extension of what I do offline. When I do a live on social media, it's not me just coming and speaking to people off the top of my head. I don't do that. That's not how I do lives. So you'll never see me just sitting down in my car talking about things randomly. When I do a live, it's because I've got information, I've done research, and I'm coming to connect the dots on things. And that's the significant difference between myself and a number of other persons that are using social media for, you know, bringing awareness to the public. And my background, my employment background, my academic background, as you can see, is in research. And so I bring my research skills to bear on with the program that I do.
So how did you go ahead, Anna?
Yeah, just wanted to introduce myself to Miss Bharath. It looks like we're kind of kindred because Anselm didn't tell you about me. But I'm a poet. Award-winning poet and author, yeah, all that goody stuff. Degree and other stuff and what, working on books and things and poetry and blah blah blah. But it is a pleasure to engage with you. And we've been trying to get you a long time here to come into the village and chat with the villagers. Yeah.
No, Rhoda, here's where I want to start, right? We could start with, well, let me start with this. Most people consider your program to be a pro-PNM program. What do you say about that?
I say that people are entitled to their opinions, whatever they want their opinions to be. I think that if you listen to the program, you will realize that there's a lot of information in the programs that I do that have absolutely nothing to do with the government. So, for example, I would have done an interview with David West on Sunday evening, talking about the Complaints Authority, looking at how the Police Complaints Authority functions. That has nothing to do with PNM or UNC. The Police Complaints Authority is a statutory body that we have. It is a watchdog body, and I wanted people to understand how it works. I have done any number of interviews with persons who are aligned with the United National Congress. I've interviewed Larry Lala. I've interviewed Vasant Bharat. I have interviewed Devant Mirage on my program, and we've looked at any number of issues, a whole range of issues. I've had people from the various trade unions on my program. So I find issues that are topical, that are current, and if I feel there's an area that mainstream media is not covering properly at all, or they're missing the mark, missing particular angles, I get persons on that are informed about the angles and the issues, and I interview them. And there are other times that I will do shows where it's just myself, but with data, with information. But I do grasp that I am not in favor of the United National Congress. And I've said that. I've said that regularly. I've said that publicly. I've said it openly. And I've also said why I am not in favor of the United National Congress and why I don't favor the United National Congress. They have a long track record of divisive, abusive, exploitative behavior. And I know that it is my constitutional right to have a political choice and to exercise political choice. And if persons think that I shouldn't have a political choice or exercise a political choice, well, I don't know how to help you. So people are free to think that that's what the show is. I know that I have more than enough evidence that the show covers a wide range of issues and areas. And if you enjoy the content, you show up and you listen to it. If you don't enjoy the content, you don't have to. I mean, nobody's compelled.
Miss Bharat, how are you doing?
Ooh. This Gary's here. This is Gary.
Miss Bharat, how are you doing? This is Gary Mahabir.
Hi, Gary. How are you?
All right. So based on what you described in the UNC, you don't see similar kind of behavior with the PNM?
Why don't you give me a for example?
I'm asking you.
And I just asked you to give me a for example. Because
I'm asking you, if
Gary,
you don't see what you described, you
Gary,
don't see anything. I'm not giving any. I'm asking you a question.
Gary,
do you see the same, anything similar?
Gary, let me make it very clear. You've invited me here as a guest, and when I asked what was I going to be interviewed on, I was given a very specific set of parameters.
That's okay, but you made a statement. I'm asking a question.
Gary, one moment.
You don't let your guests finish speak here? Is that the
No.
Gary, let us finish speak, okay, Gary?
No, let's make it very clear. If you ask me a question, then you want me to answer the question. Yeah?
Exactly.
Good. So then give me the room to breathe and answer the question.
Which we intend to.
Good. So you've asked me if I don't see similarities between the United National Congress and the People's National Movement.
Yeah,
so
that's
now
my question.
Anselm?
Go ahead, Rhoda. Rhoda, go ahead, Rhoda. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Gary,
No. This isn't what I signed up for. I don't have a program where I bring people on and I treat them in an antagonistic fashion.
Yeah,
there's no
no,
Gary.
Let us finish.
Gary.
All right, you all, it was lovely.
Wait,
Have yourself
Rhoda.
a good evening.
Rhoda, stay there, Rhoda. Stay there, Rhoda. Please, stay there. Okay, Gary, we have Rhoda Bharath as a guest. You know, on this program, we treat all guests with respect. Right? Let's continue to treat Rhoda Bharath with the same respect I and Diana have treated everybody else that has come on this program.
Yeah, I am not disrespecting.
Okay, let's what Gary,
let's keep going to
here's what. You know what? If at this point in time you have to
Rhoda,
Anselm, let me finish. Let me finish. If at this point in time you still have to establish parameters for how you are going to treat with and engage with your guests, what you need to do is get back to me when you are clear on how you want to treat with and engage with guests. Because if I was told that the nature of the interview was to defend or to explain differences between UNC and PNM, I had to come prepared to discuss that. I was told specifically that the interview is supposed to be about the Police Service Commission, the commissioner, and the imbroglio that surrounds the commissioner and the commission. That's what I'm prepared to discuss. I'm not prepared to field antagonistic questions from anybody. And let me explain why. I don't accept disrespectful behavior from anybody. And if I invite someone on my program, I'm not antagonistic towards them. So you all have yourselves a very good evening. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye, Rhoda. Bye-bye. Bye.
So I asked a question based on her statement. Where was I being antagonistic to her?
Okay. So
explain that to me. Explain that. Where was I being disrespectful to her?
Let's just continue, okay? Let's just continue. All right. Let's continue.
I never tried to change the topic. I just tried to ask the question based on her statement.
Well.
Yeah, Gary, I think that this is the first time that we have had someone on the program, Gary. And as soon as Rhoda Bharath said something about UNC, you know, I felt that immediately, you know, you seem to have a little problem with her. And I never have a problem with any UNC people that comes on this program. Okay? And I think you should have at least listened to what the lady had to say and then adjust accordingly. Okay? Because I allow everybody to come in this program, and you know that for a fact. Okay, as a matter of fact, most people say there's a UNC program, which are totally wrong. Right? I don't care whatever Rhoda's opinion is, that's her opinion. And she could like whoever she wants. But we have established something in this program that is important with respect to respect in the program, Gary.
But you know where it's coming from.
On the statement, I had no intention in going that direction, but based on she raised that, I asked her to explain that. Simple as that.
But Gary, you know that there's historical acrimonious water under the bridge with you and her. But you should have let her. Wait, let me
ask a question.
You're not listening, Gary. Gary, you told me yourself that there's acrimonious water under the bridge with you and historical acrimonious water under the bridge with you and her. You should have at least you're not fit. Let me finish. You should have given her a chance to settle in. We should gotten to what the program that the parameters that she was invited under, get her to engage there, and then perhaps later on, pose the question about, you know what I'm saying? Hold on to your question based on the statement she made, and then, but you should have given her a chance to. Yeah, you should have given her a chance to engage in the PSC, the Public Police Service Commission thing. And then at the end of everything, if there's any additional things you wanted to say, we could have brought up. But if I know I have acrimony with someone, I wouldn't go right at them. I would hold my peace until the agenda has been accomplished.
I did not disrespect the woman.
You didn't disrespect her, but
Diana,
but you're not listening. I told you the acrimony between you and her. You told me, so it made her defensive.
I know that because she didn't. When she was carrying on her show, she didn't give me a chance to explain myself. She knocked me out. She went against me. She declared war against me like I was some kind of enemy. But anyway, that's beside the point. I am saying at this point here, I based a question simple on the statement she made. She didn't see the similarities in the PNM.
Oh, she could have. I ain't say you couldn't have asked. You could have asked it, but later let her engage in how we invited her on the program, and then maybe later a question could have come up. But just don't go away.
Where's the disrespect? I posed the question as the statement came up.
Things are perceived differently, Gary. People perceive things, but
she already have me in her craw because she viciously attacked me.
And you came with vendetta and vigilante and to get back at her. But Gary, I would have done it more. I would have done it politically. I'd have done it better than you did it. I would have let her talk.
I only asked a simple question. I did not.
But you could have asked the question after.
I did not plan to ask any political question, but based on the statement, I responded as a host in this show, asking her if she did not see the same thing.
You could have waited till later.
Look at what we see in the government right now.
I know, but you could have waited. You could have waited.
Blind? As a prestigious person in our country, highly educated, highly respected, is she blind to what's going on with our people?
I don't think she's blind, but
I hope she listens.
Gary, you see, Gary, you have to be able. I have said, did you hear me talk to Rhoda Bharath and say anything about the PNM, the go along, get along, PNM gang up front?
No,
I don't talk about that. What you have to do, man, you have to learn in order to engage people and not come out because of differences that you all have. I have differences with people, and if I bring them on the program.
I based the question simple on a statement she made. As a host in this program, I responded to what her statement. I had no intention of going that direction,
Gary, you showed your hand very early.
That is why you could have waited.
Very early. And once you went down that rabbit hole, it was no going back. You went down the rabbit hole. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if Rhoda Bharath don't like the UNC. I really don't care.
Me neither.
Because guys, we just bring people in here. We just bring all kind of different people in here. We bring the mayor of Port of Spain in here from PNM. We bring Junior Guerrero, the mayor of San Fernando. We just bring UNC people in here. We just bring PDP people in here. And we just always, and what we encourage in here is respect. And once she not special, nothing make us. Gary, you was going down a rabbit hole too early in the process.
Too early,
You was going down a rabbit hole because of what you had with her.
You could have waited.
You let your cap out of the bag early o'clock. You ain't even let you settle in. Gary, you hear I spoke with the young lady? I talked about her achievements, what she have done, things like that. You have to let people get comfortable.
Yeah.
You have to let people get comfortable. You just can't come and go at them at the beginning. She said what she said, take a note, and you go come back there.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what
so
I do.
all I did was react to her statement in asking
Okay,
her.
so we leave. Let's leave that
That's
alone
all
and move on.
I didn't see nothing disrespectful. I had no intention of disrespecting her. Absolutely
Gary,
not.
Gary, all you had to do, Gary, is when she asks you the question, right? When she asked you, you could have answered the question, put it in your right pocket for a few minutes. Let me continue this discussion. We go ahead. We talked about the PSC. We talked about what she called for Faris Awari to resign. Let he get these things out of the thing. And then when you get an opportunity, you come back and you ask your
The question. Not don't right away.
Nobody telling you to ask the question. But you come right out because you know all you have differences.
Yeah.
So you let yourself you let yourself way out of the bag too early, man.
Too early, Gary.
O'clock.
Yeah.
Too early. You show your hand. It's like you're playing Orphans and you show your hand.
Okay. Listen. All right. Let me correct the people in the chat. Right. Gary didn't ask a question that was wrong. I will defend him there. It is the method. We wanted her to.
No question that
we
was
wanted
wrong.
No. We wanted her to disclose information that about the PSC. She was an invited guest, and like Anselm gave her parameters that she would be talking on. Right, but to ask her that question right off the back, she thought we were going down that road with her. You see, so I can understand what went on there. Give her a chance to talk about what we went on with, and at the end, we have any additional questions we would ask.
But not only that, people in the chat just have questions too.
Yes.
And we ask them that questions, and we tell them people in the chat ask questions, and we ask questions of people from the chat. We didn't get to that.
I simply responded to her statement.
Okay, but
Gary,
you could have done it later as a question.
Gary, Diana, let me give you an example. You remember when Marsha Walker was on this program the other day?
Yeah.
Marsha Walker said to me, she didn't want to go down the road with a certain thing. Did I continue with it?
Nope.
Did I continue, Gary?
Nope.
What? Did she say she didn't want to go down the road? She made a statement.
Yes. She said she didn't want to go down that road.
No,
and that's what Rhoda Bharath was telling you. She don't want to go down that road. Marsha Walker said she didn't want to go down that road. I said, all right.
Yes,
Marsha Walker, I respect you. I'm not going down that road.
But
yes, she did.
No,
he's not. Yes, she did.
That's what she said. And I said, cool. I said, and any one of the people come on and they say, and then Robert was here, and then Robert said he didn't want to go down the road with the $400 million, what is again? Whatever it is. The thing with the minister, $400 million thing. He said he come here to go down that road. What did I do? I left it.
Yeah.
I left it alone.
But I in my heart, somehow I knew that was gonna happen.
It's too early.
I figured. I said, Lord, that's why I was trying to engage her with other things and keep her. I felt like that was gonna happen.
Yeah, because what it is is that when people come on the program and we going down a certain road, if they say, Anselm, Diana, Gary ain't going down that road, Marsha Walker said she ain't going down that road.
And we left it alone.
Okay,
left it alone. And then Robert said he ain't going down that road. Left it alone. If she tells you she ain't going down that road, Gary, leave it.
Yeah.
That's simple. Yeah. Come back to it or leave it.
Marsha Walker didn't raise the statement. I'm going based on what Rhoda said.
Can we move on? Can we move on? Move on from there. Move on. We're not in the chat. We're not angry with each other. We're just bantering.
Well, we're discussing. I mean, that's what we do.
Yeah, I know, Gary, but sometimes you have to know when to lay.
Was a discussion?
No. Then people say I look like I vex. Me vex? Why go vex for?
Where Ray going? And Ron? Where you going? I need you, Ron, here.
But Tommy, you see, Tommy, always saying that Rhoda come to defend the PNM. I just defend the PNM. I put Rhoda Bharath in the go along, get along PNM gang. All was happy when I said that. All was happy. All was happy when I said that. And I never took that back. I I put Dominic Roman in the go along, get along P&M gang. I put Pastor Google in the go along, get along gang. I put Charles Felix in the go along, get along P&M gang. I never take them things back.
Listen, I am not here to defend.
Oh, they was happy when I said that. Or they cheer up, all kind of thing.
And you see,
yeah.
You see, this is the.
All right,
you see
what? Diana, let me do this. Maurice, let me do this. Gary and Diana, let me move on. Let me take Maurice Alexander opinion. Please move on with the greatest respect.
Thank you, Maurice.
We're moving on. Let me say welcome to people in the chat. Let me go back up and Maurice. I think Maurice is the first time you're here.
Welcome, Maurice.
Welcome, Maurice. And we thank you very kindly. Tommy Mohammed too. Tommy, is Tommy first time here?
No, I think he was here before.
Yeah. Oh, if he was here before? All right. Let me go.
I remember names. Claudia Morales is new.
No. Claudia been here before.
Oh, maybe new for me then. Sorry.
Yeah. We'll start now. We'll start say I'm looking like Vex. Rest out. What Vex does look on? Yeah, boy. Time to move on. Yeah.
Hello, Regatta. How are you?
Hey, Loyalty, but you're back inside. Yeah, look my partner, Fistic. Fistic said, Miss Diana, answer will never ask that question. She doesn't like Gary. She'll have got mad anyhow later down in the program.
Okay, well then, so that's, hey.
Yeah,
it's what it is.
Inside, boy. Yeah.
What? Nuts cake?
What's that?
Nuts cake. Nuts cake, what is that? I never heard of that.
Tommy, who's Walter Allaby? Guy the sports fella? Walter Allaby, guy the sports fella? Walter Allaby in there? Walter Allaby in here?
Is my hairstyle caused that? All right.
What is that? Like it's DA doubles tonight, boy. DA.
Doubles gone up to how much for doubles now? $9?
Hey, all right, listen to this one. All the talking. Let me go with this one here. Let me listen to this one. This is it, boy. Hold on, let me listen to this one, Big bacchanal, boy. Bacchanal for soul. Listen to this one. Hold on.
Somebody put him within the ground report spot on radio to talk to the East Indian people that already support the opposition. And 104.7 more FM. We willing to offer him a 25% discount on whoever Big Shot Indian or Syrian or P&M finance in a smart way. Put him there to talk to nobody. So we want him to talk to people. We want him to talk to who could be converted. Remember, the East Indians will vote for in majority will vote for the UNC anyhow. But on 104.
Wait now.
What is really going on there?
All you hear that? Wait now. Wait.
How we know you East Indian will automatically vote for the UNC?
Hold up.
The last election, quite a bit of Indians voted PNM.
Hold up.
FM. My brother Anil Roberts will have the East-West corridor. You will have San Fernando East and West African people listening. Because that is the people we need to teach. That is the people we are to convince to organize and give Kamala Prasad the Bisasa a chance. Not the same people. The PNM put up a powerful man like Anil through this East Indian station, PNM man station. What cost up Kenali to what? Let him talk to people that he don't need to talk to. And I, the pitbull, like my partner, my black brother, Anil, enough that I was talking to 104 management, asking for whatever is the price. I said, only do that for me, please. Whatever is the price Anil Roberts get that for, we go give him a 25%, 30%, because we want to give him a program on 104.7 more FM to talk to the people that have to make the difference if we to get rid of Rowley, which is the African people. That's the truth, plain talk, bad manners. And they're so dumb, they're going and put the boy between 6 and 9, which is the ground report hours. Why didn't they organize bypass the 6 and 9? Bypass the Ruby program and the Robert Amaro program, Sense and Changeability, and put the boy from, let me say, Anil from, let me say, 12 o'clock. 12 to wherever. You understand? At least, where, you know, he might, you understand? We see the wickedness, we see what's going on there. So, we willing to accommodate Anil Roberts on 104.7 more FM for 25% discount off of that price. Because we know that that ain't come free. Not the way how that man cost up Kenali Day. That ain't come free. Somebody paying that money. Morning. Morning.
Ole, hear that?
No, I mean, to me, this look very narrow-minded. I mean, to even have that going, I don't know what's really going on there. It will take me a little time to figure out what's going on there and understand. But why is this tug of war? Why is it a race talk?
But Gary, Vonnie Roberts and Little Ron Horner and Fish Stick and Nuts Cake and Race Talk, all them know. Ask them now. All in the chat, they know.
Yeah. But what I'm saying to you here, right? We have people suffering in the country, or side by side, Indian and African, and everybody suffering the same trend in Trinidad under Dr. Rowley. Why the race talk? All Trinidadians, why they making this up? Who's an Indian platform and this station? Anil Roberts, I don't know. I ain't get a chance to really catch up what Anil Roberts doing. I don't know these guys. I heard you mention these guys. I really don't know them. But seeing this race talk in the country, we don't need that. I cannot support that on either side of the party. We need to discuss the issues. Why is there a tug of war for power? We should be fighting the issues and fighting for the people on the ground. Aisha Wells should be fighting for the people. Rhoda Bharath should be fighting for the people, not party. Fight for your people. That is what I'm about. I am a supporter of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I am no party supporter. I will support what I see is right at the time. But not, I don't belong to any political party. I never even voted in Trinidad. I left there before I can do that.
But Gary, this is what Takesha says. Takesha says because the two parties divide this country by race, plain talk.
Yep.
Right?
And who pushing that the most?
Both of them.
Yep.
Both of them. I'm not going to blame one against the other.
Why
are
we not focusing on the issues? This is the diversion. Let's focus on the issues.
What issues? Look, we partner. Look, the pump up again. Pump up going again.
What's self only, and where the biggest price, sometimes it's small money. Some people is get buyout for. But we on the ground report, especially the Pitbull radio. I can talk for myself.
Talk for yourself.
I not on that because a few months before the elections gone.
Let me partner.
When I was shot on the 21st of July, 5:45 in the morning, I was offered by the PNM, not to say because no, if I just come just so to say Rowley great, Rowley is the best man, and Rowley this and Rowley that people go be suspicious and people go be. So they tell me I ain't have to do that. All I have to do is stay off the program. Imagine that. All I have to do is stay off the program for $2 million. I tell them get the hints, and then a few weeks after that, blow, I get shoot. As many, I refuse the PNM $2 million to just stay off the program. I live in, also the 2 million would have been done. Or I'd collect the 2 million and somebody might have killed me. The same way God might have made sure I'm dead. The reason why I live is because God, I never take all the money. So God said this man is a pure, true man. So we let him live. To continue to talk the truth.
Let me say this, folks. Let me say this, right? If you know what, let me don't say that. You know what I mean?
No, man, say it, because what I'm telling you is, we don't hold back.
It's better to keep the vote. It's better to make so. It's better to keep your mouth shut.
It seems like there's some kind of tofu because he vexed Anil start on a program. I'm not sure what Anil's saying because I really didn't have time to listen to either one of them. But there seems to be his turf is threatened, and he's defending his turf more than fighting for the people. That's what I see.
Hey, you know, Tikisha, let me call Andy Williams. Tikisha, I can't call Andy Williams right now. I'm just like a game on speakerphone. Hold on, Only I'm gonna call Andy Williams.
Or send him the link and tell him.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him and send him the link. Hold on, I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him and send him the link. Andy Williams in the part. The Pompeka way. Let me call him and put him on speaker. Let me see if he go answer your phone.
No, let me see if he go on the link. Bring him in the show.
No, but I had to tell him first. I had to tell him. I ain't gonna just send him just so, man. Let me see if he go answer your phone. I know the phone ringing, eh? The phone ring. Hey, little Ron Horn, I hear the phone ringing, right? Ron.
My brother.
Hey.
My fellow.
Wait. Andy Williams, Andy Williams, you're on WZYE 95.9 FM.
Hey, all right.
Andy Williams, I want to send you a link so you can come on in the program right now because people want to know about that $2 million thing you talk about. And they want to know about that thing with the Douglas politics, the Graham report. You know, have a little thing with the
who is African and feel
Andy on the air. Andy on the air. I wanted to know that. I don't want to, I want to.
Send me the link.
Listen, Andy, could I send you the link and you're logging?
Well, boy, I go in and organize. There's a link where you see my live, so I will know.
Yeah, but see your live and thing.
All right, well, here it is. You can send the link and we go do it live and I will go in the studio. So just give me how long you could give me what I could put
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes, partner.
Yeah.
Any day,
right, I will send you the link.
I want to tell the people that look on that Wall Street, they may not know as Wall Street, is a patriot of Trinidad and Tobago. A patriot.
Send him the link.
15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Please.
Right.
Vex.
Yeah. All right.
Vex, UNC Vex, whoever Vex. The writing is the writing.
Correct. All right. I'll send it to you.
All right, partner.
Yeah, man. Bless.
Yes, partner.
Yeah. All you see how we just go down? All you see? Little Ron Horner and Nuts Cake and Breadstick and Ellis Island and Wastel Bummer and who's the other one? And not even Claudia.
But you know what I don't. You see, I'm the outsider here, right? I'm the real outsider because I've never voted in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, I don't have access to all these people. I've never lived. The only prime minister I live under was Eric Williams and then George Chambers for a spell. I never live under no other prime minister. So I cannot speak for my experiences in the country then. And even then, as a young lass, for some reason, I don't know if it is because of my exposure or where I lived or my schooling, or if it is just me, myself, I never, I didn't grow up in a household where I hear party, PNM. I never heard it. You would see the rallies and you would hear, and but I never connected the dots. I went to school with all kind of people. So I the race thing, I didn't experience it. I honestly say I can't. I've never experienced it. And my last years in secondary school at St. Augustine Girls High, where you know who really go there, I was like a raisin inside of the way you call it, inside of the cuckoo. You understand? So I've never, it baffles me how this toxic race issue element ended up in politics and is being dispensed in all forms and fashions in Trinidad and Tobago. It puzzled. I'm very puzzled by it.
Yeah, no joke. Claudia Morales say, I have a neighbor cussing Eric Williams every day. I just feel to choke pee on him. He real sick boy. Yeah, Ellis. And Ellis say, what? You laugh, patriotic Wall Street. What I do you Wall Street? You feel to call me name, you patriotic. Come back home. Hey, Lollipop, you're inside, boy. Lollipop, you're inside.
And Anselm, it just seems as though people they're not taking the business of managing and taking Trinidad and Tobago forward into the next century. It's like they're at the political trough, and you have the constituents and the population. We're gonna finish scrambling for crumbs. You understand? And I don't like that because I'm on the outside looking in. I on the outside. I have never had privilege in Trinidad and Tobago, none whatsoever. I ain't come from no privileged family as a Bajan. My family is Bajan. In Barbados, I would experience some sort of privilege because of my family name. But in Trinidad and Tobago, I don't know. I've never none. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, had I remained in Trinidad and Tobago, what would have become of me? What would have become of me now in my old age? Stopping the rain to get a vaccine, right? I needed a certain surgery the other day. I couldn't get it in Trinidad. They're not the business of managing the country properly, taking it forward to hand it off to the young people is not taken seriously. It's not. And they're feeding at the political trough, all of them, and have people catching the then crumbs, a crumb rolling down. You understand? It's a no. It gotta stop, man. And
Diana, you are so right. Diana, listen to this, right, Diana? And why I'm telling you are right? And I have always said that if I am only allowed to have P&M friends, then what is the purpose? I have friends in the UNC. Look, Andy Williams, I could say Andy Williams is my friend. Be afraid to tell people that, but you not have people in UNC afraid to say they are P&M friends. We continue with this P&M, pro-P&M, or pro-UNC, or anti-P&M, or anti-UNC. Right? And this is why we started this program.
That's right. And
I want anybody into the village, anybody coming in the village.
And Lollipop, when I say take Trinidad and Tobago forward, I did not mean that Trinidad and Tobago is backward. We are approaching a century where, you see, online schooling and all that. In my time, they didn't have that. So I don't think it's backward. I'm not using forward in relation to backward. I mean that we need to keep Trinidad and Tobago on the heels and on the same way other countries are progressing. Right? I didn't say Trinidad and Tobago is backward. I visit there a lot. But there is room for improvement in the infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago. But the people that, to me, I may be wrong, the people that are in charge are not taking the job seriously. They are feeding and stuffing and gluttoning themselves at the political trough. And you, the citizens, constituents, the future HRA, the children of Trinidad and Tobago are suffering. That is what I mean backward when I say forward. You need to take the country forward so it's on the same level as other countries, and young people do not, like myself, do not have to look nowhere else for jobs. They can stay and build up Trinidad and Tobago. That is what I mean. So don't. I never said Trinidad make a backward.
Diana, Takesha is on point. Takesha, and I wanted to make this point. Takesha, you're real on point. Takesha, you're real on point tonight, girl. Let me congratulate on that handy one. Eh? You call that one. You call. Takesha, you call that one, but Bonnie, you want me call the lady in Tobago? Yeah. We go call she too. We calling people like crazy. All the time we want to call. We calling people tonight. We calling people. Yeah, Takesha say, boy, get tired up with that UNC PNM. All of them friends behind closed doors. Correct is right. Correct is right. They're real friends.
Everybody buying a big fancy car to drive on the broken down roads.
What? And we fighting each other. We fighting down each other. Boy, as a PNM boy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Country flooding and people can't get water. Answer what you time. What you time?
That's good.
Answer the time.
Yeah, what's good call me wall PNM potong. Just forget what he's saying, Jet.
The time answer.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Yes. I send you the link in order to get on. Look on your phone. They have a link. Okay?
The link on what?
On WhatsApp.
All right. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Bye.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Natske koma PNM potong boy.
Top of the hour answer.
Yeah. Natske, I like that one. Potong boy. Of course, it's in the village of the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. We're going to go for a quick station identification, and we'll be right back after this message. Let me pause this thing here quick before I go. Yeah, I'm going to pause that one there. Let me go over here, folks. Yeah. Folks, stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village of the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Yeah, back with you. It's in the village of the dark triplets of WZYE 9 FM. What's biggest? Biggest?
I don't know.
Yeah, Restel say, if Ansem support PNM, nothing wrong with that. We just have to respect other people's choices. Ansem cool to me nonetheless. Restel appreciate that, man. No, me and a lot of them people in the chat cool. They just call me all kind of names, but that is all right. You know what I mean? 1-0 cost my mother, that is all. Vonnie Robert say, Ansem, you ever been a lifelong member of the PNM, boy? Why not call one of the MPs on your show? And if you can't get any, call Dominic. I have them. Send me Dominic number now. Anybody have Dominic Romain number? I will call him tonight. Anybody? Bonnie, give me Dominic Romain number. Alright? Not cake say the PNM Potom jealous of the Pitbull better looking than him. No, the Pompey could be better looking than me. Pompey can better looking than me. You mad or what? Tony Mohammed, we supposed to have Duke this Saturday, right, guys?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Tommy, we have Duke this Saturday.
I'm fighting for Jack Warner.
Yeah. We're trying to get Jack Warner too. But you know, Jack Warner going on Philip's show, boy. Where is that one Jack? Uncle Jack,
he's free to go.
Yeah, he's free to go. And well, call you and tell us that we want the answer still now.
I invited him way ahead a long time, you know. I do keep him abreast of what's, you know, I touch base with him from time to time. So he knows the invitation, and Diana recently reached out to him. So he's aware of the show. I sent him the links to listen to certain things.
Yeah.
You know,
Ellis,
so...
Go ahead, guys. We can't
but Diana recently reached out to him again, and let's see, you know.
Ellis, we can't call Dr. Roy because there's a big boxing match in Sealot. Boxing match in Sealot.
Oh no!
Have a boxing match in Sealot.
And what I don't understand, right? Everybody, oh boy, everybody is suffering same way, But you know, they want to bring in race. Why is it they use race and religion and things to separate you? Because I try to tell people, when you go to the bank and you put your dollars in there, right? They're lending your money to whomever, you know. They may looking at it, well, this belong to a black person, this belong to an Indian. We ain't lending out this. It's your money. Everybody money. You know?
Diana, the race is only in the politics.
And that's why, and now you understand my reason for telling people that, why I try to tell people, stop identifying as UNC, PNM, PPP. Identify as a Trinidadian, Trinbagonian, whatever you want to call it. And when the time comes for election, you look at the party's performance and you make a decision. But don't go around, you know, all year long. I'm a UNC, I'm a PNM, I'm a UNC, I'm a this, You are a human being first and foremost. That is what you are. And you guys put your finger in the ink to find people to serve you in those capacities. That's what you should be doing. You know, stop with this. That is what's causing this thing. I don't care. So they're not performing. Well, hey, try somebody else. Like I always say, if none of them are performing, vote for Batty Mamsel. End of the talk.
You see that? Who I going to run next? I posed that question based on these comments of the guests, and I was taken the wrong way. But the thing about it is, where's Tommy tonight?
Toby going home. Toby go home. Manskeg say, let me make a bet. Who Gary go run next? Oh God! Hey, Gary, don't take on them fellas and them now, man.
Listen to me. You know, like I said, I have a lot of oil on my back, boy. Anyway.
And now they're saying, who does stutter the most? They say if Jack wanna come in the program, will finish 1 a.m. in the morning.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You wicked.
Oh, wicked boy. No joke.
That is a heap of ungratefulness, man. Jack did a lot to make things happen in the country, and they shouldn't talk about him. I see a man.
But don't pay, Gary. They're just teasing. You can't.
No. I know. But what I'm saying, I seen a man, one individual Trinidadian, who has put out so much for our country and to help our people.
Who's that?
Jack.
Who? I thought you were going to say Gary Griffith.
I ain't seen a man.
Correct is right.
Putting his money where his mouth is. Okay, put in his money. Because I don't personal experience in man. I don't care what they say about him. Jack had the best intention for the country. Okay.
No, correct.
It's too much. The race thing has to come out. You all have to go on who is crafting the best policies, who is crafting things that are progressive, and you're actually seeing the results. And the country is shifting forward. Who, you know, are people getting employed? Your children getting the books and the supplies? Are the roads being fixed? Need I continue? Is the underprivileged? Because in every society, you're going to have persons. Everybody don't have the same mental capacity or physical capabilities. You're going to have those that are going to need. They're born that way. They need assistance, or they incurred an accident and they need support from the system. Is a system in place to capture these people in a safety net so they don't fall by the wayside and for lack of a better word, catching the end. You need better systems in place. Who's carving out things better? Who's making the pathway better to go and get your license renewed? Who's stop the race thing and who did this and who did that and what money spending. I from the time I on this program, or they give me a migraine with this who did this and who did what. And then you still have to, you're still, okay, apparently the incumbent ain't doing so good. Because let's say, I'm going to tell you that. Let's say I lived in Trinidad and Tobago now. Let's say I was living there now. The way the incumbent behaving, I wasn't voting for them. I telling all you, I wasn't voting for them. You lock out the people catching the nenen, the roads falling apart. The people don't have no money to buy books for the church. I might have some church. My children don't have no books, no money. You let go my husband from work, back rent need to pay. I can't pay for my car. No, need I go on? I was going to try somebody else myself. So, I was going to look at performance, not party. Performance. Everybody buying a big, nice car. I walk in and get my ass in the hot sun. Yeah, performance. Policies. Girl get killed the other day and throw over a cliff. Some people lock up it for years on remand. Performance, not party. Look at it. And if the party is performing badly, hey, get rid of them. Put the batty mams out around the place. Sure.
Dana,
and if the batty mamsel mess up, put a mosquito there next time.
Dana, did you say catching your ass? Did you eat some of that new kiss bread?
No, I don't. I never eat that.
You never kiss of a new bread come out?
Nope.
Right.
When I go to Trinidad, I make my own bread.
Okay. All right.
Or there's the guest house I'm at, she bakes and I get nice fresh bread. Me don't eat them things. Too much salt and thing that I don't know inside. I see rats. Then let me leave that alone.
Grace Caesar.
Yes, Caesar.
Is that his first time here?
Kassar.
You know that individual?
No, I just know the correct way of pronouncing.
Oh, all right. Oh, God. Sorry, I apologize. I'm a Chumac accent. Grace. Oh, let's say welcome to Grace. This is Grace. First time in the village.
Yeah, never seen her. Yeah, Claudia, but who performing? You're right. Who performing? Then you know what? Then all you have to look across the water then. Try somebody from over there, because if you didn't have, you're not pleased with the other one, the current one doing bear cow poop, try somebody else. That is what I would do.
And Lollipop said the ministers eating nice, boy.
Yes. And look, people, what's his name? Zahir, the guy from A Glimmer of Hope. He does his best to fulfill book lists with used books. But I know a lot of people that can't get their book list filled, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, it's like Imsburg and them, like they're sitting on the money somewhere. And look, they have people from the asphalt company, grown men on their knees, begging for a paycheck. In 2021, begging, I'd be able to try to get them on the program, begging for the paycheck. How you work and you had to beg for a paycheck? What madness is that? Dr. Rowley, how you have grown men, and I'm sure they have families, and the asphalt workers, you need to look into that. You and Imsburg and whoever, they're begging for a paycheck, and all they expect that people are going to go and put the finger in the ink quickly for you all when time roll around. I don't think so this time. No, I'm speaking on behalf of the disgruntled people. Nah, you have me on my knees begging for a paycheck, and I must go and ain't gonna work. It ain't working. And on top of that, let me keep going on the disgruntled road. The teachers, they're fed up. They're working at 2013 salaries, allegedly. And what they're doing, they are assisting their relatives who ain't got no income. So it's becoming burdensome on them. So you know what? They're fed up too. And you know who will get fed up shortly? The nurses. They go get fed up too. And you know who will get fed up again too? All your government workers. Because you know what? They can easily don't go to work. You know why? I don't feel well. And you say that if you don't feel well in this pandemic, don't come to work. You're going to see sick out. Because they're getting fed up. The teachers starting. You're going to see all your workers are going to shut down on you, Dr. Rowley. I predict that. So you best hurry up and do something. Because they're tired. It's becoming burdensome on them, working at these old salaries and managing the families by extension. And you're all eating ham, lamb, and jam. Come on. Think people are going to sit down and take this forever? They're fed up. They're tired. Dr. Rowley, Imsburg, Halwari, Stuart Young, Ethelbert Hines, all here. Donna Cox. What it is all you doing for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? Look, give me a chance, eh? All you need to step aside. Let somebody else do something. Tired. Take it.
Let me say, Ulrich, welcome, boy. Ulrich say, Miss Diana, I totally agree with you. I have been saying that something for years. Hope Ansem feels the same way. Claudia says, yes, Diana, I see that two big men on their knees. Shame. Diana, Takesha says, Diana, known down men, big men beg for their own money. Right.
Sad, grown, you have grown men and they were black. Most of them I see in there, black men on their knees begging a black man. Who runs the asphalt company's paycheck? They're waiting on the government, right? To pay them. Oh God, Dr. Rowley, you have grown black men on their knee begging you for a paycheck. And I needed to put this in here. You fixed the teachers' gratuity situation yet? No, you ain't fixed that yet. Or they still are them poor people suffering. And you think people are gonna just okay, all right, we go vote for you and get a chance again. No, it ain't happening. Trust me when I tell you it ain't happening. I don't care what Shamfa Kojo get up on top your podium and say when election time come, all they have all a rally. She can't come with no powerful speech to convince them people. You can't come with nothing because all the data is there. She can't come with no kind of speech this time to convince these people to put the finger in the ink for you. Look how you treating grown black men. This man we land we father give him. He can't get back the deed. He set a corruption. Come on, fix the country.
But Diana,
country.
Claudia have a question for you. But Diana, who performing girl?
Huh?
There's a two-party country. Claudia has a question for you. She say, Diana, who performing girl?
I said put a Batty Mamsel then.
A Batty Mamsel.
The Batty Mamsel is be busy. You saw busy a Batty Mamsel is be zip, 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 zip here. There. You see where it is be walking. A Batty Mamsel will be walking.
Takesha says she's sucking lemon and lime since she come back home.
People tired. They're tired. The nurses retired. Can't get the little hungry money. Huh? No, my pressure don't go up so, Albert. It's just my voice. I don't suffer with high blood pressure. You understand what I'm saying?
Ellis said, Wall Street eat your heart out. Gigi promoted officers while I had to take Williams to court for promotion. He gave law-abiding citizens the opportunity to carry firearms. Ellis, one set up. Ellis, you just want to get me vexed, you know. That is it. When I'm going to get me vexed. Hey, my battery running low. I'm going to fix this. Hey, Chris Watson, boy. Let me see what Chris had to say.
Nutskate said Sham for head. Nobody lives there.
Nobody lives there. Hey, you know, add a video. I will play that video. Nobody lives there.
You know,
right?
And all the stories come to me. I could if I can. A lady reach out to me. I hope I'm not bothering you, but if you could help, you won't want help with a fridge. She want help with a stove. She want help with a bed. She want help with food. I mean, come on. What is the social system network in Trinidad and Tobago doing? A husband lost his leg or something. Or what is really going on?
But
aged man.
Go ahead.
One aged man, he said, what he said? That he thought when he worked and he paid into the system, that the system, you know, the money would be there 30 years down the road, but not only giving them $100 a day, and they're entitled to more. What happened? What happened?
Diana, how do we fix the system?
Get rid of the whole system. They need a whole new perspective. Maybe they need a dog triplet. The dog patriots. You at the helm and me as the vice prime minister, because I'm not gonna allow foolishness to happen to my constituents.
Yeah. We go put Gary as commissioner of police.
Thank you. Put Tommy as something. Put me there to handle. Hey, give me the speaker, the house position. Yeah, that's what I want. Speaker of the House.
They only vote in PNM anyway. They voting for me.
No. So guys, hold on. Cathy, the link that I sent you, I sent you a link on WhatsApp. StreamYard link.
I'm not getting. I'm only getting through on Facebook, not the other one.
No, but you have, no. I sent you a link. It just says link with StreamYard. Look at it.
StreamYard.
It's a separate link. I'll send it to you again. I'm sending it to you right now.
Click on it and scroll down.
I'm sending it to you right now. Yeah, I'll send it to her right now.
You know, come on. I'm just like taking the constituents, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago for fools. They're going on giving out a whole lot of thing in Tobago all of a sudden. Why? Because the election, the THA election's coming up, trying to jade their psychic muscle. So they want, think they're gonna go, what do you think? You're taking Tobagonians for fools? These are walking thinking, and they have children and who got grandchildren, and they want to leave them in a good position. And they want autonomy for the island. They want things working. They want proper governance. They want, they don't have to run to Trinidad for everything. They want governance. They want self-autonomy. We're trying to go down there now and give them stuff to jade them. They're smarter than that. Insulting their intelligence. Please. But the Queen said, what happened? Who said what now? What happened? Ansem was the joke. Share the joke now. Ansem as Minister of Sports.
No, Mr. Say,
Ansem got to keep out the cherry.
Let me bring in Andy. Andy, I think Andy inside.
Oh my God.
Andy.
Oh,
Andy. Oh boy, my brother.
Oh,
hey. Look, we are the Pumpet of Radio Live, boy. What? Let's see how we just do it. Look how we just do it.
All I asking for, my brother, you as a patron, is at least 5 minutes, because I want to alert Trinidad and Tobago that with Wall Street, that we go live, that we are international. I just want to put things in place to blast, because I've been listening to you all for a while and all within this time in there. So just give your partner 5 minutes, because I want to make sure Trinidad and Tobago lock on and the right people lock on, because you is a patriot. Princess with you is a patriot of Trinidad.
Amen. Amen. But it's a Bajan too, eh? All right.
At the end of the day, it's all about people. It's all about country. Whether it's be Barbados, whether it's be Grenada, whether it's be Dominica.
I don't.
The right thing is the right thing. I know my brother, Wall Street, despite of what, whether sometimes he support wherever, he don't support nothing till he dead. And whether what, whoever it may be, Mr. Wall Street, they stand up first and foremost for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, or extension, because obviously you'll be standing up for the Bajan people too. 5 minutes to make sure that we get the right people in Trinidad and Tobago lock on. So go ahead, I'm listening by the time.
All right. Yeah, man. All right. Okay, cool.
All
so
right,
folks,
brother.
for the folks, you all see it there? You see how we just do it in the village with the dark triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM, right? We here We are all embracing. You understand? That's how we just do it. That's how we just do it. Gary, you there?
Yeah,
Gary?
I'm going to be listening for a few minutes. I'm pretty well engaged. Yeah, I'll be right there.
All right. Now, so while we have, yeah, boy, hold on. Tommy Muhammad says, Mr. Rowley's in Tobago to get the people to vote for him. Nah, you went there for a retreat, man. Talking about Tommy.
And I hear the dustbins in Mason Hall, the garbage be scattered all over the place. And he ain't fixing that. So, you know, look, go ahead. Hey, Mr. How you doing? You remember me, sir?
Who's that? Look, Rowley from Toronto now come.
Oh boy.
You know, this fella, the Ellis Island. What? Wall Street just stand up for P&M. That's what Ellis Island saying.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Right, chop it up. Wall Street, first and foremost, they stand up for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Chop it talk. Go ahead,
man.
Yeah, all is what is that one? Or let's say, oh, another Gary Anselm. Who? Ulrich just talking to Marcanian something. Hey, Erica Williams, welcome, boy. We see Eric.
Hello, Mr. Ramroot.
What happened to Andy?
Huh?
You
know what? Andy? What? No. Andy in the background. He fixing some stuff. Let's bring in Cathy Joefield in the meanwhile. Cathy, we have another guest. Cathy, welcome, Cathy, to Individually Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9.
She has on something else.
Cathy, we hearing feedback.
You getting feedback?
Yeah, she has on something. Just turn it down.
You good now?
Yeah, that's better. So Cathy, welcome to Individually Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us, of course, we have D's Diana. Diana is considered to be the Storm. We have A, which is Anselm. Anselm is considered to be Flash or Wall Street. And we have Gary. Gary is considered the Phantom. Welcome to In the Village. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm hearing double. Let me take off one.
Yeah.
Right, better.
Okay. So Cathy, one thing that we know, you were a former UNC Alderman, right? Is that correct?
UNC/PP.
UNC/PP Alderman. And what was the time period of you being an Alderman?
Well, I served during the period 2010 to 2013.
2010 to 2013. And which district was that? Is there was a particular district?
Okay. Although
we still getting a little feedback. We still getting a little feedback.
Somebody is nearby with something on.
Okay, let's try that.
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's better.
That's when you're living in an HGC community. The houses are so close.
Okay, we still getting a little feedback.
I don't have anything on.
Ask her to go and come in again. I don't know.
Let me see this.
Let me mute myself and see.
Oh, hold up, man. We have two things here. Hold on, let me do something. Okay, hold on.
The guy before, I don't know if he's.
Okay.
Probably Andy's still on.
No, Andy's in the background.
Okay.
Mute Gary and see.
No, Gary's muted. Everybody else is muted. Let me try you, Dan, and see. Okay. So what area were you the alderman for?
I was asked to serve in Tunapuna, Piako Regional Corporation.
And you served there for 3 years.
Yes. Always not my, it was not my area.
And what does an alderman do? What is the job the job of an alderman?
Okay. The job of an alderman is one like an overseer. Whereas you will have the councillors being elected.
Cathy, is there possible you could get a light because we see you very, very dark?
A light?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or get closer to a light.
Wow, all the light in my house so dull, boy.
Yeah, we're very dark.
Or you might have to go into display in your camera and pull it brightening.
Oh, oh my, I forget to do that. Sorry.
Display.
All right, hold for display. Oh my God, I forget that. But my display is bright.
You see, the light is above her head, but it's not in front of her, so that's what's making it a little difficult. But that's all right,
You all still seeing me dark?
Yeah.
That's how they build these HUC houses. You can't even get a. You see me good?
Hold on, let me see. That's better. That's better. That's better right there. That's better.
Well,
that's better.
Just I have to be standing under the light. Well, my God.
Get chair there. Get chair.
Better now?
Yeah, that's better.
That's how PNM build houses for people.
Oh, good. PNM build house, Cathy?
Yeah, all the lights on them are up in the roof. You want to see? Watch.
PNM putting them lights. Eh?
they done that, but they put all the lights in the roof. You don't build houses like that. You put the lights on the wall, so it will be illuminated throughout the room.
Yeah. All right. So tell us about what an alderman does.
Okay. Like I was saying before, the role of an alderman is one where you're like an overseer and an advisor to the council. What the alderman does, whereas the local councillors were elected and they represent a district, the alderman kind of assists and give advice where it's necessary, especially where the councillor may have problem in the district. They may come to you and ask you how to deal with a situation, or you act as a liaison with the councillor, with the administration department. Sometimes the administration department will tend to be very difficult in terms of delivering timely goods and services to the councillor when it is needed. So the alderman may represent or act on their behalf, or most time the alderman really supposed to act on behalf of the chairman when the chairman cannot make it. But in under some local government council, I know many of the aldermen, they are being stifled, whereas the chairman or the mayor may feel threatened by them, especially if the alderman, the entire council seems what would they put? They seems confident going to the alderman to ask question and for advice. So you find sometimes the chairman or the mayor, according who they may be, sitting in the chair may try to stifle the role as the alderman and make you feel less of a member of the council.
So for example, when time comes for hamper distribution in a community and people are seeing difficulties, would they go to the councillor? Would they go to the alderman? Would they go to the MP? Is there some sort of hierarchy where that is concerned?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because what from my experience, and even if I'm not no longer alderman, what I've been seeing is that the hamper distribution, especially the last, let me say last 10 years, it is being distributed with a lot of high politics in it, especially during this COVID. A lot of politics.
When you say high politics, what do you mean?
Okay, for instance, in the community where I live, there are people on my community haven't gotten a hamper, always a PNM era, but yet still you see the MP will get, right? And the MP now is a UNC MP, so he will focus on his party group and the people that come to his constituency office, which is UNC people. He may have like let me say 10 and give out the people from the community. And you will have now a shadow MP, which most times will be like, for instance, if in this community have a PNM chairman, you find the PNM chairman will get like 50 or 100 to give out. And if you are not associated with either of those parties, the people who genuinely need hamper are not given any hamper. I could tell you the last lockdown they had, as an alderman, former alderman, people came to me for hamper. And when I called these various institutions that the government was spending millions and given to, not one of them had any hamper because they were telling you they have it catered for people already. And yet you are seeing activists of political party getting hamper, although they are not MP. I could tell you the only institution that helped me as an NGO get hampers was Angus Stewart, and I wrote them pleading with them for hampers. I wrote the minister, which I actually contacted Clarence Rambarat consecutively on numerous occasions and complained to him that we would not get no hamper. He did not even assist it, although he was the one personally distributing hamper. What they were doing, they were using the first lockdown. I know I saw they were using the hamper for campaigning purpose. Because you want to tell me a Moss in Montrose, who is listed as getting money from the government, right, to distribute hamper, why would an MP, right, or the Minister of Agriculture still carry hamper there to that Moss? And I took up that with him. I even took it up with the PS, and it fall on deaf ears. And the same thing this time. The hampers and them were politically used. The people who are in need were not getting hampers. I can tell you, for instance, I'm a self-employed person, and I haven't gotten my COVID relief grant. And when I went to the ministry, they told me I did not apply on time. I said, but I'm entitled to my relief grant. Is the government denying me from working? And you're telling me because of certain circumstances, I cannot, the date passed and I cannot get my grant. I have helped people in the first instance, all our former alderman, people came and asked me to assist them to do up the form because remember, the place was locked down, people didn't have access to internet. And I personally went to the ministry, that was the first lockdown, and dropped this application, follow up on it. And I am telling you, some got through. And in the part where people supposed to get their rental assistance, I went there and checked. I am telling you, people from 2020 application, there's nowhere to be found. And it's the means the excuse on the ministry is that it probably lost along TT post or somewhere. And that is unacceptable.
So Cathy, what it is that that made you was your term up, or what happened? Why that you were no longer in the UNC party anymore?
And Slim, you really want the truth for that? Let me give you the truth. I have been a member of the UNC since I was 16 years. Originally from Shogunas. So you know Shogunas is more Hindu based, right? A Hindu based in terms of activities at the party. But Mr. Pandit had invited me to join the party, and I being an African person, there was really no any other active political party in my constituency. So I did join. And from time to time, you grow up in the party, you campaign, you be the flag bearer, you mic the area and thing. And when I noticed, I started to seek interest in going forward to serve as a councillor. And I can tell you many times, I went on 3 consecutive times to be interviewed for the electoral district of Kunapir. Right? That's where I was functioning as a UNC activist, Kunapir. At that time, I didn't have much African in the UNC party. But I noticed from time to time, every time you go, they will always choose an Indian person. And I asked myself the question, how come, all right, you go to campaign, You're good to run the campaign, you're good to mind the area, but you're not good to be the counselor. It's of lately in 2010 I decided to try again because Gypsy, who is my cousin, and Jack Warner had spoken to me and asked me to come and campaign. And I told them, I said, well, if you all are really taking the party to the next level, we need to deal with the issue of how African people is being treated in the party. Mr. Warner and Gypsy, my cousin, they said to me, we will deal with that once we get out the PNM. We will deal with those issues. And let me tell you something, those were just words. It was never dealt with. When they get in power, they never even had time, none of them, to deal with the issues with the African people in the party. In 2010, I decided to go again for the seat. When I went for the seat, I was the only female with about six Indian gentlemen. When the screening was done, I was told, well, I was the candidate. Okay. The day for presentation of candidate, that is at Shogunas behind Mid-Center Mall there, where they used to have the big rally. I noticed nobody didn't communicate with me the night or the day before to tell me what time to return. So, as activists, you go to the meeting and thing. Lo and behold, when the political leader came out of the vehicle, she came and she whispered something to me. She said, don't worry, I will make you alderman. So I was like dressed back because I know I was Jack Warner, who was the chairman of the party, Chandis Sharma, who was the MP, she the political leader, and the screening committee told me I was the candidate. Would you believe they went and searched for an Indian young lady to be the candidate? She was never there on the date I screened, right? All right. They put her as the candidate, and I was told by the political leader she need an alderman in Tunapuna. Now, why would you send me Tunapuna when I've campaigned and my base is Kunape, which is Shogunas East? You understand? But I didn't want to rock the boat. I accepted it. Is lo and behold, is when I reached there, I recognized Ancient Ishmael was supposed to be the alderman, which is the UNC pick alderman, because the COP had nominated one, and the UNC alderman was supposed to be Ancient Ishmael. And he did not want to work with who they were nominated as the chairman, which is Khadija Amin. Now, I could tell you, I went there as the UNC chairman, but when I took my oath of office, I said to that young lady, I am not here as the UNC chairman, I am here as the people partnership chairman, because remember, PNM had controlled the corporation, and because of the amalgamation of UNC and COP, that is how they were able to get control of the corporation. She said to me, she's not on that, she's on UNC. And because I did not agree to that, she made my stay there a living hell. Actually, I was excluded from meetings. I was not included in no decision making, nothing. I was treated like an outcast. I wrote the chairman, the political leader, and many other in the party, including Munila Jakona, about it. And the prime minister at the time replied that Jakona would have dealt with it. None of them dealt with it. When there were issues in the council that I find were questionable, I rose to my feet and I questioned the chairman about certain money and how it is being spent. And I was suspended without pay as a council member for half of a month. Nobody in the party never ever came to me and said, Ms. Joefield, you took her out of office, what you do was right. So after that, I recognized, look, the party was going down the wrong way. What Kamala had promised while we were campaigning with her day and night, what she had promised to do better than PNM government, she did not keep her promise. And what I was not pleased about is that you take young people, new faces to go forward to campaign, but soon as you bring back all these old crooked people from who was under Mr. Pandey, who were your friends, and you make them ministers. So why then would you take young people in the party to go forward and campaign? And when you win and you expect to place these young people, give them a chance, what you did, you bring back the old people, old faces. You understand? And to me, she let down her guard. There were too many corruption in the party. And you as a person who campaigned and you went around talking to people, because Kamala still figure she win the election on her own. which is not true. There are activists who are well known in the party and will go around to the community or the constituency and they will influence people to vote for the change. At the time we were voting for change. We were not voting for vote out Mr. Manning. We were voting for change. And that is why women like me and many other women came on and said, okay, we will vote for change and we will make you the first female prime minister. That to me, that was a mistake we did. And when I make several attempts to speak to her at the headquarters, myself and other African women, Juliet Davy included, because we were the people who were her day and night campaigning. And she had said to us, I could call the name, Catherine Joefield, Juliet Davy, one of them who died, Patricia Harry, and another one who had died. She was she had acted once as a temporary senator, right? She's told we 4 African women who were there with her day and night, if any corruption in the party and we find the party is going wrong, let her know. That is what she said. But you know what? What I forget to mention, that the party is full of a lot of race. They have a lot of racial people on top of the party. And what is being projected now as the UNC is not the original UNC. The UNC have been tarnished. Too much of her friends holding position, too much of her associate holding position, and they don't want to expand. Imagine I stood up in a women's forum meeting. I am a UNC member. I am telling the party where they was going wrong. And you had Marlene Houdry, who was a COP member, could tell me to sit down and hush. And these are the things that was going on in the party while the party was in government. They were not listening. They were not listening to the ground truth. They were not listening to the activists. As a matter of fact, the political leader left the members of the party and found friends with those who had associated in office, those who were never around her. She was with the elite. She never had time for the party. And that is why she will never get back in power. You cannot use the members of the party who were there before, who on the ground foundation, and you get in office, and when you get there, you just shun them out and you pull in who you want. Look at these new people who are there now. They were nowhere around 2010. And one of my main mistakes for leaving UNC is Jolene John. I could never stomach Jolene John coming back into UNC, automatically being a deputy political leader. Why should that be? When was the same Jolene John that matched up the UNC in 2001? And that is the problem. The young people in the party don't know the history of UNC. Jolene John should not be no member of the Senate. She should not be no member of no UNC. As a matter of fact, when I asked her to come on campaign in 2010, she did not care to join the party. So how come automatically you use deputy political leader? All because you give some houses to the prime minister and she click whatever they say you do.
So Cathy, hold that thought a minute, okay? Hold that thought. Let us go to hold that thought. Let us come to Andy Williams here. Hold that thought, Cathy. Let's go to Andy Williams here. We have a thing tonight. Andy Williams, the pit bull, you're back inside. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Let me see if I could unmute it.
Unmute. Yeah, man.
Right. Yeah, we're hearing you loud and clear now. You're back inside, man.
Very good, very good. Well, I know former councillor.
Oh, you know Cathy Joefield?
Yeah, Miss Joefield. By all right, as a citizen, have issues. By all right, you as an independent man have all right to give Miss Joefield the opportunity. But with the pit bull, to me, that's what going on in Trinidad and Tobago, my brother, and Miss Queen.
And Gary too. Gary with us.
Yeah, and Gary?
Yeah, Gary.
Gary.
Is the dark triplet Diana and Sam and Gary.
Nice. It bigger than Miss. I'm not saying in no way, because I'm ready to move on. That Miss Joefield concerns in any way, is minute or not truth. That is, I don't know. Miss Joefield have her experience.
But Andy, isn't that an example what happened between the ground report and Anel Roberts? Whereas that here we have 3 African fellas on a historical program on More FM, and you take one of your loudest mouthpiece for the UNC and put them against the underground report. Isn't that a battle between African against African within the UNC?
But how is the UNC responsible for that?
To many people, my brother, you are correct. And to me, you are correct. Based again on Anel Roberts is a very good man. Anel Roberts have a lot to contribute. But I believe Anel Roberts can be used better than talking to the converted based on the radio station he's on. Lennox Smith is willing to give up his spot to Senator Anel Roberts. So Lennox Smith will take the senatorial position, and Anel could join the Pitbull and Mikey K ourselves. Because you can't, are you still young? And I believe Mr. Roberts is up, but I believe he will wake up and smell the coffee.
Andy is stammering, man. Andy Williams, the Pitbull is stammering. You don't stammer like that. I never see a Pitbull stammer before, you know. Well, you was talking to Jack before you come on the program. Eh?
All right, well, plain talk, bad manners. Anel Roberts at this point in time, Trinidad and Tobago. Whether you UNC and whether Andy Williams support Kamala Prasad, to me, it's a demotion. To me, it's like splitting votes. To me, it's like, and it's not votes, but listenership. To me, it's wasting the good demand time. Based again on the frequency zone is a East Indian station. And the UNC don't need the East Indian station. The UNC need radio stations that are lock on or people that are lock on to radio station that are African based. We all know
Andy, you'll get in trouble for that statement, you know. You'll get in trouble for that statement.
What trouble? UNC can't cut my... I hope I could say UNC can't cut my ass.
Let the man speak the truth.
PNM can't cut my ass.
Let the man speak.
Anel Roberts come in my space. I's not no senator. Anel Roberts was a talk show host. Big on 104.7 more. I'm not on Power 102. And he had his time. Everybody at a point in time, they have their time. Anel Roberts, at the end of the day, trained Bovel. We all know in football, in cricket, age is a serious thing. He passed his time. Right now is the Pitbull time. And how could you come to run against a younger man than you when you already in a position to talk to more people because he's a senator? But my issue is not all of that. Let me give you an idea, my brother, and the people of America, the people that are locked on to this wonderful program that you all are hosting. Yeah, I want to give all you an idea what is my bigger picture is not about all of that. At the end of the day, we all know the politics. Ms. Josephine know the politics. I know the politics. Mr. Wall Street know the politics. In Trinidad and Tobago, everybody know the politics. But at the end of the day, the people of Trinidad and Tobago must come first. Despite of however anybody being hurt, despite of anybody feelings, this is my agenda. This is what I am on. And this is what the people of America, yourself, and everybody have to know. Based on, at this point in time, the Trinidad and Tobago is in a constitutional crisis, Mr. Wall Street. Queen of the airwaves, my next brother, Ms. Joefield. We are in a constitutional crisis based on the Police Service Commission, the Gary issue, And then we main resource, which was Petrotrin. I'm being straightforward. And at this point in time, in an arbitration, not a court ruling, the people of Trinidad and Tobago have to face something like 10 years contract and something like nearly $1 billion TT to pay for something while children don't have no laptops, while we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, own TSTT, while the government can take some of that money and let TSTT give Wi-Fi to the whole country. In a crisis, we must understand the COVID and all that drama and bacchanal. Let me go. We have to stick on the topic. When you get opportunity, and why I come on, when you get opportunity like this, on a big program like yours, Wall Street and Miss Lay and the Queen, point to use. That is what some people is get up with.
So Andy, are you still loyal to the UNC?
I loyal to Trinidad and Tobago. I support Kamala Basad-Bissessa. In Trinidad and Tobago, it's a two-party system, just like America. The Democrats and the Republicans. In Trinidad and Tobago, it's UNC and PNM. Playing talk bad manners. All politicians is devils. But if I have a choice to pick between all devils, Rowleys are more devil than anything. Give me back, if we could bring back Patrick Manning, give me he back on that. If we could bring back Chambers, give me he too. If we could bring back A.N.R. Robinson, give me he too. Anybody only can give me back. Besides this man, Rowley, I and the country willing to take at this point in time Wall Street. Let me give you and America an example of what I'm talking about. Cuff, go ahead.
A candidate who went up for the superior seat in the last general election, who's now in the hot seat. An internal Petrotrin audit report has named him as the person who allegedly helped the fraudulent crude oil transaction involving A&V Oil and Gas Limited between January and July of this year. In the audit report obtained by
Cathy,
indicated
Cathy, hold on.
Where the operator Gas Limited there was a sharp increase in production of crude oil in January from 60,000 barrels to some 149,000 barrels in June, an increase of almost 150%. However, what Petrotrin's audit team uncovered and concluded was the custody transfer process at Catskill was compromised during the period 2017 January to June. The evidence suggests that there has been fraudulent activity in the Catskill field and that the operator, in collusion with a Petrotrin employee, has been overstating Catskill.
But Andy,
What the report noted was that Catskill's production increased significantly.
Tune down.
Yeah. Andy, listen to this, Andy. Andy, at the end of the day, right? I mean, that is somewhat misleading. And here's why, right? Because, and Cathy, just take and stay for a minute, okay? Just take and stay for a minute. Don't go nowhere, all right? This is separate from you, Cathy. Andy, this was settled. And it was settled based on information that AV Oil was owed $84 million, right? There was another $16 million was owed. Espinay, this is all in the public domain. Espinay indicated that there was no extra money that was paid out by the government of Trinidad and Tobago in order to settle these transactions. This was basically money that was owed to AV Oil. So it's kind of misleading in order to put that up, knowing that a person who was chairman of the board back then indicated that there was no extra money that was paid by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, I could also play the AV Oil one for you as well, but I'm not going to play it, because I think when we want to speak truth to power, right?
Yes.
The matter was settled, right? And there wasn't extra money. So look at here, Andy. Wait a minute.
Gas will receive more than $100 million in settlement from Petrotrin in the fake oil scandal. It comes 4 years after the matter was first raised by the opposition leader. ANV won its case against them. Against then, Petrotrin was cleared of defrauding the now-defunct state company. Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited says settling was the cheaper option. As we hear in this report, it has also granted ANV a new contract.
It was a major political scandal first raised by opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissess.
So we're not going to go through all of that, Andy. So here we have, you see, you play one video, right?
Well, I want to say good thing. No, let me fair. You bring your evidence. You bring arbitration. Arbitration is different if we go directly to the court. And what I have to be able to explain that aspect of that fake news. Well, no, let me don't say that.
Yours is about 3 years old. And what I just showed you is about a few days old.
All right.
What you showed me is a few years old. And what I showed you is a few days old.
And I humbly agree with you, but in agreement with you, I want to bring you an update.
Yeah.
Now update it. I know 3 years and this kind of thing. So let me bring you that update one time.
Yeah.
A pleasant good night to you, Mr. Researcher.
So Andy, hold that thought for a minute. You gotta go for a quick station identification, okay? So hold that thought. Folks, it's in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us Cathy Joefield, an ex-UNC Alderman, and we have with us the pitbull of radio. I just call him the Pompek of radio, boy. On WZYE 95.9 FM. Let's go for a quick station identification. We'll be back tonight, boy. Hot in the village tonight, boy. It's hot in the village tonight.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
So hold on. So Andy, just hold that thought a minute, right? Let me get back to Cathy here a minute. Hold that thought a minute. So Cathy, we just wanted to get back to you because we had Andy. He was like sitting in the background, and we wanted to get back to you as well. So we kind of switching in between. We are sorry, but we going back and forth. So Cathy, right? What is your current status as far as politics in Trinidad is concerned?
All right.
Let me unmute you. Okay, I unmuted you. Go ahead.
Ansem, are you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
With all due respect, Ansem, I will continue this interview, but never again interview me along nobody who are members of that ground report, please. Right? No time ever.
No, but you separate. We can do two. We can do two interviews, but you are separate.
Okay. I heard I made my contribution, and I heard he said he knew me and this and that. You see, I don't want to have to ruffle Andy feathers this Saturday night, because Andy and him is not.
Cathy, don't get into Andy.
They are not all original UNC people. They are not original UNC.
But Cathy,
right?
I wouldn't get into.
Unless Andy could tell the nation and the UNC members why he campaign to get Mr. Pandey or move Mr. Pandey as the leader, then he could talk to me. Because them knows nothing about UNC. Them only come across the UNC from PNM. Right? And let me leave that there. Yes, Anslem.
So, Cathy, what is your current status as far as politics is concerned in Trinidad and Tobago?
Anslem, I want to agree with Ms. Diana when she said that we need a new breed of politician. I have been saying it from day one because as a person independent and outside looking in, we tired try UNC, we tired try PNM, we cannot get promises. too many promises, too many people in position. Right now, I don't trust none of them in parliament. Right? What we have seen is politicians has compromised every institution in this country. From the legal fraternity to simple state board to everything they interfere with, right? And that should not be. What they need to be the younger ones who coming up and aspiring to be to sit in the parliament one day and to represent our country. You have over 300 I stand to be corrected, over probably 136 or 300 and something local government representatives are retiring every 3 years, right? Many of them, like myself, would have wanted to sit in the parliament or the senate and make a proper contribution, represent. But you know what happened? They just complain, the political leaders, which is both Taman and Dr. Rowley, you heard it from them, they cannot get people to serve. It's not that they cannot get people to serve. They cannot get decent, honest people to serve who will not agree to whatever decision they may want to take. Right? Because when you take an oath of office, your oath of office is to do good, to do right by people, to serve the people, not to go there and represent the financiers and those who pump in money in your party and those who are your family and your affiliate. The citizens of Trinidad has not benefited from neither political party. We are the bottom of the barrel. Our simple basic needs are not being met. Right? Looking at a time like this, we want to bring property tax. Nothing wrong in bringing property tax, but it is not at the right time. Not when we lost our jobs. Not when people are still struggling to pay bills. Not when people are still struggling to put food on the table. And the UNC was wrong to dismantle the property tax. They were wrong because they could have allowed the citizens to continue paying their land and building tax and educate the citizens on the importance of continuance of paying their tax. Even if Mr. Manning wanted to introduce the new revenue authority and call it property tax, they went about it they went about it in the wrong way, influencing the Persian population that the government is going to bring this heavy tax on you, right? And it was wrong. I said it was wrong in 2010 and 2009, and it is still wrong. 12 years people cannot pay taxes for the property. And that is a disadvantage to the people. The people need to enjoy the property. If you're there and you have to pass it on to the remember, they have interest to pay up. And this government is what I would call a coward one. You came into power, right? The last people administration stopped the property tax. Even said they are taking it to court and in parliament they're not supporting it. Why then didn't you take a decision through your dancing administration local government and decide to say, okay, you all don't want the property tax, let us revert back and allow the people to continue paying the old rates, which is the land and building taxes? No, because of political cowardness, they decide to go along. And what we have is 12 years of no property tax paying. How are we going to get efficient service? How are we going to get garbage collection? As somebody gets power, they want money from the state. They want compensation. So what are we going to, isn't the property tax, the land and building tax is a part of revenue generation? How they should get efficient services to the local authority?
Cathy?
Yes, I'm saying.
Cathy?
I heard somebody.
Okay.
Yes, I'm.
Mute Gary.
We was getting a little feedback.
For me?
We don't know who it was from. So Cathy, right? When I asked you that question, Andy, we're gonna get back to you in a minute, all right? When I asked you the question is, what was your current political status? Is I was just looking to see what exactly is your position? Are you a supporter of the who do you support, if you want to say? Who do you currently support? Do you support any party? You don't have to say it if you don't want to.
No, Anselm, and that I am honestly saying at this point of time, I can't see myself supporting neither of the political parties in this country.
That's
Neither.
PNM or UNC? PNM or UNC?
Or Tobago at this point in time.
You can't support the PDP either?
At this point in time, I am holding back.
So you're holding your hand then?
I am holding my hand. I have been, and Sim, I have been there and done that. And they say one thing, but when they go there, they practice something. What we need is new breed of politicians in this country. That is what we need. We don't want nobody from one party who was there ready to come and form a new party and say they join in and promises. We need new, fresh bread of politicians. That is what we need.
Okay, so Cathy, if you want, right, you can stay with us. I'm going to go over to Auntie. You can stay with us. If you want, you can give us your closing comments. It's up to you.
Well, and Sam, you know I always there with the dad, so I'm not going nowhere.
All right. So stay right there. Let me go over to Andy. Stay right there. Andy Williams, we are back with you. Yeah. You had to bring on. What's your name? Researcher? Is researcher your name?
Why is my
unmute your mic? Unmute your mic. Your mic muted.
Answer.
Yo, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
For Damien, eh?
Yeah.
Before I say that,
Andy? Yeah.
Before I go to Mr. Researcher,
yeah.
Any day, we all know, you know, Diane know, everybody, that at the end of the day, somebody that run the country. At this point in time, it have nobody. It have no new party. Trinidad and Tobago have PNM, UNC, and in Tobago at this point in time, the PDP. That's facts. So I don't know if it's a ghost, which we looking for, go take over the country with the hopes of Cathy. I watch beautiful Cathy with a beautiful lips, a beautiful nose, a beautiful self. I respect her. But at this point in time, you see that self thing that I about country and I and Kamala and this one and that one. Where is 1.4 million people? And this program that you are on and you and Diana keeping is about a program about improving the lives of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Plain talk, bad manners.
Excellent. Thank you, brother. Hey, Anson.
Yeah.
I want to invite him back, you know. I want to invite him back. You know, we need...
No, Andy Williams is welcome on WZYE 95.9 FM. This is Andy, major sojourn on 95.9 FM outside of Trinidad and Tobago. This is Andy. This is not just YouTube and social media. This is on radio station. People driving in their car right now, listening to 95.9 FM. Eh? All right. So it's not just social media. But Andy, let me ask you a question, right? One time we saw you with a picture with Foster Cummins. What was that about? You want to bring in researcher? That what you want to do?
No, with Foster, I understand.
Foster Cummins, you take up to take Foster Cummins because people was worried if you was changing your jersey. You know what I mean?
Again, as the pitbull is, down to the UNC get worried.
You see the heart.
Make a big bacchanal.
Yeah.
Aisha Wells, all of them chat up. But because again, all of them, including Cathy, on party politics and but I not done that. I went to see Foster Cummins. You have a grandmother living in La Roqueta, Tacoma Boulevard, that loved the PNM. 90-something years old. Wasn't take she yet, but loved the PNM. So I went there because she let me know about your water problem, this, that, and whatever. So I went there to prove to she that when I go to see Foster Cummins, that the PNM or the government still not going to do nothing. And as I tell anybody, if what's going on in Trinidad right now, Kamala Prasad Bisesan UNC, she can't talk, Cathy can't talk like that, Ms. Joefield. Only play the operating so with the people at Trinidad and Tobago. I go rip she up.
But Andy, why is Kings?
I like this guy. The first time
Andy, Andy, me and Andy and them. Andy, why is it that Kingsley said the UNC left him. He didn't leave the UNC. God Christopher, a staunch PNM, who says that Kamala Prasad Processor is the mother of the nation, has beef with the UNC now. Why is it these two black activists from in the bowels of the UNC, right, are now warring with the UNC Andy Williams? Why is that Andy Williams? Andy Williams, I want you to talk, tell the truth.
Well, she the gun, you get me in trouble, no?
Talk the truth, Andy. Andy, you come on, you tell the truth.
Plain talk, bad manners, because
plain talk, don't hold back here.
It's not about friendship. I respect Kingsley for his work in the PNM. Kingsley's a PNM and always was. And when PNM he felt distress because he ran from the UNC because he didn't get a phone, or he maybe didn't get an Indian girl. I don't know.
No, Andy, you never say that, man. Come on, man. You know the thing, Andy. You know the thing.
Brother, the man just run just so. The man was getting his support. But again, you know, it have people that don't have that level of control. The amateur, they're looking for their own fame. And from the time you're looking for your own fame and not studying people, you'll get swallowed up. That's why the pit bull's still alive. After 6 bullets, nearly dead, and I still alive? And God make me live?
Correct is right.
It's only 1 year
Correct
now.
is right.
So tell us about that. Tell us about that. What happened? You were saying something earlier.
What happened with that?
You want to know what happened with that when you were shot? What happened when you were shot?
What do you think you
Why
were
were you shot?
Well, boy, when I get shot there, what revived me, I say I did. Me, I didn't say no, it's 2. I thought it was 1. And I started to fight. He jumped. He was expecting, whoever is that person was expecting me to catch me in the car. But I happened not to be in the car. And coming out of the garage, and he bounced in and he jumped. Hey! Well, I jumped too. He shot, like he shot, he hit me the first shot in my shoulder. And then I grabbed that. But me and my next man, but he can't shoot because if he shoot me, he go through and kill his partner. When I realize, when everybody see when I roll out and I'm in front of the garage there on the ground, that when I all realize, I say, oh God, boy, God, it's 2. I say, it's 2. Well, then I tell him one time, wait, all ain't killing me, you know. All ain't killing me. I start to fight them.
Damn straight.
I dance, I ain't gonna lie, I red dance, I dance. Because I don't want to aim for my head, don't want to kill my head. I dance. Tell everybody saying I'm the best dancer because some people take one on the head. Plain talk, bad manners.
So my question was, why did you think you mentioned something before that they tried to bribe you or something? When you didn't take the bribe, then
you heard, Gary, you heard it. You can hear play.
I'm
You
trying to
said it.
clarify that because
I love what's me. That's why I'm saying to all you, the people of America that look on to this #1 Caribbean station, you're on Real Media TT. You're with my good friend Wall Street. I like that question, my brother asks. Ask it again for who in here, my brother.
Yeah, I am asking why you think you were shot. What was the reason you think you were shot?
No. Again, remember
no, Andy wanted to ask the $2 million question. That's the one you want.
You said that. That's what I'm asking.
Andy wanted $2 million question with the PNM in it. That is what you want. So Andy, I giving it to you. I giving it to you.
Yeah, I never heard that before, so I want to know.
Well, my brother.
Yeah.
Before I get shoot, I was offered that $2 million. I could arrest like Miss Joefield and Kingsley.
Andy, who offered you $2 million? Who offered you $2 million?
I ain't gonna do that.
No, we don't want to say that right now. We don't want to
I
say
in
that.
Trinidad and all across there. Me ain't gonna play my
we
ghost.
don't want to say that. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
right. You offered $2 million.
But it was offered. But here we go on that make me hear me. I say so with this $2 million. What I do? Do I have to say Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley is the best man after sliced bread?
No, you're not to say that.
They tell me I don't say that at all. They say all I do is just move from the program for a while, go silent, and then I start to study. I say, boy, 2 million, you know, which Wall Street will always say 12 pieces of silver, $2 million TT dollars. That means US or TT. Let the man ask me about the question, where's US or TT now?
It's US or TT? I asking you, US or TT?
The TT. But even if it's a US or TT, again, I live in here. And on my principles and all the years that I've been on radio, almost 15, 16, 17 years, again, I not on that. You gotta live. Plain talk bad manners. All right, you take
Andy,
that.
you don't have no proof for that though. Andy, you ain't have no proof for that. That is all. That could be all just words, man.
What
That's just words.
politician? All right, but again, what
That's
politician? But Wall Street, what politician going and organize and sign a paper and give me the proof too? Because remember, if I take it, that'll be on the low profile because the government will look for me where I get $2 million from.
Yeah, man.
So what politician going and give me? Yeah, what politician going to give me?
Andy, I could come and say, well, listen, all you, the UNC offered me $2 million in order to become a UNC, but me ain't calling no name, right? Me ain't calling nobody name, but them offer me $2. As a matter of fact, they offer me $3 million. They offer me $1 million US.
But you know no politician, I give you no documentation.
Oh God, buddy, I like that one in the background there, boy. And not only that, but I could also say what you saying there too. The politicians they say, but PNM say how they have people in the UNC that were ready to talk, but and I still waiting too, and we have no evidence of that. And they say this person get them evidence, so they ain't call name just like what you telling me they. But we have no evidence of that. So it's all about trust. It's all about people character. It's all about what people stand for. And people will believe and read between the lines because nobody can get a receipt or get a voice note. What can play it on this beautiful station here? That, hey, look, this one offer and that one offer. That would not happen. And my brother in the background understands that.
But Andy, how come Wordsmith wasn't offered no money? And how come Slighty K wasn't offered no money like you was offered money? Why they offer you alone money and they don't offer your other 2/3 of the ground report money? How come? Why is that?
Will Smith is America. Will Smith have money.
So, no, Wordsmith. No. I mean Lennox Smith. I was calling Wordsmith.
Lennox Smith?
Yeah, I was calling Wordsmith. I make a mistake. It's Lennox Smith.
Because Lennox Smith wouldn't entertain a conversation like that. I like to entertain conversation like that to see how dirty politicians is. So they ain't go to Lennox because he wouldn't entertain that talk. He go hang. He wouldn't have answer.
What about Slighty K? Slighty K ain't going to entertain that thought either. I mean Mighty K ain't going to entertain that thought.
Well, Mikey K never tell me he ever get any offer or this or that. But if he did, Mikey K had to talk for himself. I can't talk for Mikey K. I can talk for Andy Williams, the Pitbull radio.
All right, so yeah, what it is. We go get Mikey K on the program too. We gotta get Mikey K. We asking Mikey K the same question we asked you, Andy Williams, right? Let me find out from Mikey K if the ILP ever. The ILP ever offered anything.
Answer. I really want to invite him back as soon as possible. We could have a longer conversation. Check and see Damien behind in the background.
Oh! I just seen, but he gone back. Send him a text and tell him we go bring him in. Andy, what? Andy, what? Andy, let me say something, Andy. I am a supporter of PNM, right? You are a UNC supporter.
Remember, you have supported the PNM. I am a supporter of Kamala. Nobody.
Andy, and you can't be half pregnant. You cannot be half pregnant. You cannot say you're supporting Kamala, not supporting the UNC. Where's that one?
Well, all right. Well, it automatically meaning, I will never say that UNC don't have garbage that need to go. Whoever listening.
Wait. Andy Williams. Wait. Andy the Pitbull Williams saying that the UNC have garbage that needs to go.
Well, the man said he's supporting the leader.
Me talking about nowhere. I see plenty garbage going already. But everyone, again, in every organization have people that just can't connect. That is just what it is. that I realized that they're just not for the people, and that is just how, if you're not for the people, if you're not for righteousness, if you can't want from me, if you can't want, like me, like, let me give a better example. I want my train educated. I want that for everybody. I want to drive a car, a new car. I want that for everybody. I want a house. I want that for everybody. I want to be prosperous in life. I want that for everybody. And I believe if people take a tone of that and forget the politics, Trinidad will go be a better place. Plain talk, bad manners. And all right, like, oh, you're choking me with the UNC. The UNC know to spite of what? Whether I support Kamala Persad or not. If any one of them, but look at, Arnold Roberts is a UNC senator, and at this point in time, I let him know whether it's a business decision or whether it's a political decision. He make a stupid decision, and why you're moving insecure? What you come in my spot for? Bovell done park up. He was the best ever. Nobody, people go swim against Bovell and lost. At this point in time, the pet ball, the ground report in the race. You're an old man now. You getting paid in the Senate, but you want to be Stuart Young or what? You want to be the dishwasher, the cook, the this, the that. So I was offering him, letting him know, pick one. Is either he is a UNC senator or is a talk show host. Plain talk, bad manners. Robert Amar willing to give up his spot with Arnold Roberts, because where Arnold Roberts says they only talking to the converted. That UNC base, that is a East Indian station. It's Eastern music. Come on, I'm not discriminating. But you understand? My colleague Lennox Smith willing to give up his spot too. And Annika join me on the ground report where we have the people we need. The East-West Corridor, Tobago, San Fernando East, San Fernando West, Point 14, Labre. Right? But what going on there that you so insecure that you will come in and waste money because somebody will be in for that in a spot where you don't have a powerful program, you don't have a powerful program there. Like somebody set you up to eat you up or what? As a black man or what? And what they expect? The prime day to say, well, hey, Andy black, Lennox black, Mikey black, and because we do that, you wouldn't be interfered with? Well, they're wrong. So what's the difference?
But Andy, why would the UNC do something like that? That is the question.
What the hell do the UNC
Arnold Roberts is an independent man. Yes, he's a senator. Yes, he's a UNC senator. But we don't know if Mr. Roberts at the end of the day put his scenes in place, however. Kamala Persad says somebody don't know. Maybe, well, she might bless him. Well, I don't know. But again, the UNC itself, we can't bring them in that because Arnold Roberts was a former talk show host too. It are people that knows him. It are people that will finance him. So we had a separate. Don't bring UNC with Arnold Roberts' decision as a UNC senator. Yes, I understand that the UNC name go call because he's a UNC senator. But you know now, hey, find a spot. Don't go and crumble. He's a powerful man. It are people that need to be converted that you need to talk to and you're wasting your time, and that is just advice on the pitbull. And I support Kamala. And I can say that because UNC can't cut my tail. Because
so Andy, here's a question from someone on the chat. Mr. Andy, is the UNC doing anything to transform the party at this stage? Someone in the chat, we get questions from people in the chat. Someone says, Mr. Andy, is the UNC doing anything to transform the party at this stage? That's the question.
Again, I cannot talk for the UNC party. I is not a member of NATEX. Again, I always say I support Kamala, NATEX, and all of them who had a position in the party. Because again, my mind not in that position, you know, I talking for Trinidad. Because again, if Kamala or UNC only play the fool, them going to get ripped up, man, and don't know that. So I can't talk on behalf of the UNC. I talking on behalf of the Pitbull Radio, Andy Williams, with everything in me and what I believe in. I really can't.
But Andy, let me ask you the next question. You see how you are vociferous with respect to Anna Roberts? How come you haven't been vociferous with respect to Kingsley, right, who was an adamant UNC, and the Kingsley said the UNC left him, and God Christopher, another vociferous UNC boy, them fellas them used to cuss me. They call me all kind of name, Andy. Wall trace, wall block, I living in a basement, all kind of thing. How come you haven't been that vociferous, Andy Williams, with respect to them, the same black brothers? Why is that?
Because again, Mr. Kingsley and Mr. God Christopher, the learning, to me, they're just amateurs. And a professional will know better. That's the best I can see on that.
All right.
So you call God Christopher and Kingsley amateurs, Pitbull? You serious?
Plain talk, bad manners. What are they going to do? Bad talk, me? Or go with Aisha program and say the talk? The more they do that, the more famous they make me. Who don't like me, I like them to listen to me, you know. And who like me, I like them to listen to me too. So I mean, whether vex or whether God vex, no only game, and you know yours, no only game, don't go in big man dance if only in short pants. That is all.
So Andy, you don't allow Kingsley to call your program no more. Kingsley or God Christopher, they don't allow to call your program anymore, the ground report.
Brother, Kingsley was banned. God was never. But Kingsley.
Why you ban Kingsley? Why you ban Kingsley?
Mr. Kingsley tried to put me in a kind of bacchanal thing there. You see again, I will not go down to their level. It's either they come up to mine. Play and talk bad manners. And I realize them carry me down to them level. That's why they cry now. And I ain't going down there. Because again, my vision, my belief, my everything in me, first and foremost, is about country, and not even UNC could move that. Whether I support Kamala Prasad Bisesa or not. Plain talk, bad man. All you gain me problem from a program in the morning, especially that man in the background, because with all that bacchanal trainers going to go mad, you know. The amateurs going on because they won't understand. But I like that because the viewership and the listenership and everybody going to come across for me to answer them back. And then I will teach because trainer needs saving. Pose the next question. I love you. Don't matter how hard it is. Pose it.
So Andy, I want to ask you a P&M question. I know Aisha Wells is all your good friends. What happened with Aisha Wells? I thought at one point Aisha Wells was saying no vote, and then now Aisha Wells seemed to be back in the bosom of the P&M. What you on the ground, you know? We just in America, you know, Andy. We don't know you. You and Aisha Wells is good friends. You know? What did I start?
Remember, it's about truth with me. And wherever I'm going to say still, it's going to get big because she may be hurt. She may be, but oh God, I am all confused. No vote. I resign. PNM ain't good. And I can play something for you to hear, Aisha Wells. Right after elections, you know. And then all of a sudden, she get placed in Tobago. And Tobago must vote PNM. If you only don't mind, I could play Aisha Wells for to hear what I'm talking about. So the people in their vehicles and wherever could understand, you know.
Play, Andy, play.
Get a Aisha Wells clip. Yeah, with Tobago. So it will go on the line. My brother in the background, Diane and you, and Miss Cathy that are on Miss Joefield at the end of the day. I just a plain talk by a person. I have no brief against Miss Joefield or none. No, you understand?
Andy, play, Andy. Play.
People on the top. But I am always shocked. I say, but where's this one, boy? She dress say, PNM, I don't know what they're doing. How they scoff, pull up that quick, you know.
But Andy, a person can change their mind, though. A person is entitled to change their mind. A person is entitled to change their mind.
But on what basis did Aisha Wells give the people of Trinidad and Tobago the basis in which coming out of retirement and no vote, and this what she's saying here, because it looked like cough is ready. I'm a boy in the background, Diane, all of you, Cathy, all of you will understand. Go ahead, Mr. Cough. Go ahead.
Go was treating its support base. They talk about it, they talk about it, they talk about it, nobody listened. And look what it cost them in Tobago. Only lost Mason Hall Mariah may never get it back because Ian Pollard from the community, and he's a strong candidate. I know him personally. He used to work with Vanilla Allen Toppin in Social Development Ministry, so he's a doer. So anytime Ian get to do work in Mason Hall, that is it day. PNM could never get that back. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you because I understand Tobago politics. I had to study it in order to get Tobago to vote all 12 seats to PNM. So forget Mason Hall, that gone for good. Look at this Shamari Hector, young, aspiring man. Only make he get pelt out too. Both and hope Tobagonians forget, but Tobagonians are not like Trinidadians. Tobagonians are a kind of people. When you see them make up the mind, you could come with Paul, you could come with Saul, you could come with all Tobagonians gone. It's not no coming back. Tobagonians was never PNM. Tobagonians was always anti. They were Robinson, they were Dr. Murray, they were Hochoy Charles. They were always in opposition to Dr. Eric Williams' idea because Tobagonians always want the freedom. And right now, with this 6-6, it gives Tobagonian a chance to take the freedom, and I'll tell you why. Everybody's asking what is going to happen from here on out. Well, they're going to swear in all 12 assemblymen, but they cannot take control. None of the both sides cannot take control of the assembly, so they cannot make decisions on behalf of Tobago. What happens is that they have to go back to the parliament in Trinidad and force them to put into act the Tobago self-government bill that they've been sitting down on for a while, giving Tobago the opportunity to chart its own course. That is another thing. Well, they play so much games with the people of Tobago about self-governance, self-government, self-governance. Or they wait until they have to embarrass all by throwing out 6 all your people in order to force you to make a move. And that's the conversation Watson Duke been having with the people. Say what you want about Watson Duke. Like him if you like him, don't like him if you don't like him. He's a man I've been championing for self-governance for Tobago. And that's what Tobagonians want. They don't want to depend on Trinidad for any little thing. Mash up the sea bridge, put back the sea bridge, think 2 months before election, they could get them a new boat and Tobagonians go forget. No, that is not Tobagonians. Trinidadians is so, not Tobagonians. They will have you in the mind. Tobagonians want to be able to control their own affairs, and rightfully so. Rightfully so, I don't blame them. And today I'm real proud of Tobagonians. And this is not because I have any grouch for the PNM. I did not want to see it reach to this. Because no matter what it takes for me to walk away from the party, you just never want your hard work to go in vain. As I started the conversation, when I held the Red Army, Tobago won all 12 seats, hands down. Anybody could come on the live now and debate me that. When I held the Red Army, Tobago held all 12 seats. But from the time I started to see government ministers in the truckload and in the shipload heading to Tobago to campaign last weekend and 1 million URP and CPEP workers, I tell myself Tobago was in trouble. But I hush my tongue. I keep my mouth shut because like I tell all you, politics have broken my heart before and I will not allow it to break my heart again. I am in a much better place now that I have left the politics alone. So I decided to keep my mouth hush. But now I want to have the liberty to say, 1, I told you so, and 2, it could only get worse from here unless PNM decide that they're really going to give Tobago the autonomy, allow PNM Tobago to break away from PNM Trinidad and run the affairs of Tobago. That's the only way I personally am seeing the PNM brand remaining on the island in Tobago. Because if by chance they ever go back to an election to null the 6-6, PNM may not win, and I'll tell you why too. Because PDP held the popular vote, which means more people voted for the PDP than they voted for the PNM. So if you want to take a chance and go back and lose, then that's fine. Only a custom not taking my advice, so I don't expect you to take it now. But coming to the end of what I have to say, because I'm going to be touching on some of this on my radio program in a short while. In fact, I'm interviewing Dr. Winford James. For those of you who don't know who he is an economist, he's a political analyst, and he understands the Constitution, and he's from the island of Tobago. So I want to talk to him today about all what I just described with you guys. However, what I want to say to the people of Tobago is that I am extremely proud of you. I'm proud of you for the fact that you demanded better and you stood up for what you wanted, and you're forcing now the laws of the land to be changed to accommodate you or to set you free. And freedom is the best feeling in the world. Nobody wants to be a ward or a slave to anybody. Look at talking and I'm a pause raising. So again,
Andy, somebody asked my question in the chat.
So now you are tell me, you be she, and all of a sudden, so please you tell me Wall Street, use up what PNM, so you tell me.
But let me tell you something, Andy. You see that piece you just played there, right? You see up in the corner have BCOTT. You see that, right? That is Broadcasting Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago. That's an organization that I own. So you see that piece you just played there? Come directly from an organization that I own. BCOTT. Look at it up in the left-hand corner. Right? That is an organization that I know. And I know of that piece well. But Andy, somebody asked this question to ask Andy why he record Kamala Prasad-Bissessar.
But why everybody ain't want to study the country and this taxing, lying, thieving government, this political piper, coking, smoker politically, let me make sure it's right, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, that the real prime minister is the Antiguan-born.
Andy,
go ahead,
you're fluctuating, man. You're fluctuating. The person asked us, let me ask the question again. We just get questions, Andy. Ask him why he record Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. That is the question. Answer the question, man. You're in the court of in the village. You're fluctuating, man. You know, all you have a Waffle House in Trinidad? All you have a Waffle House restaurant? You're waffling, man. Stop waffling.
What are you waffling for?
You're waffling.
My tail.
Answer the question, man.
But give him a chance.
Go ahead. Yeah, we have Senator Damien like in the background. Go ahead. Senator will be right with you. Go ahead.
Radio, Andy Williams, being a public figure, based on being in media for quite a while, long before I get shoot, long before that interview, every single, like for instance, research on the line is waiting. Every single call that comes to my phone, I record it. For my seat.
Say that again, Andy Williams. Say that again. Repeat that, boy.
Natural calls.
Every call that comes to your phone is recorded.
Yeah, because I have PNM people calling, telling me they like how this dance. They tell me they go kill me. Not long time. The this, the that. Real bacchanal. So I say, well, boy, you have to get evidence, because if you go to tell people about all that threat, have it there, private call, this, that.
So when I call you, I can't get no.
Yes, I did clip of the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. Yes.
Why, Andy? Why you do that? Why you did that?
Around that time, the PNM was trying to link a girl or a man, I don't know what, but they gave me a girl name, well, she's a girl name, Kia. Yeah, but let me say Kia is a girl because I see long hair, I see totots, I see everything as a girl. I never get to drop nothing to know nothing different. But they give me the Kia, right? Kia.
Kia still in Trinidad? She's still at UNC?
I again, to my knowledge, she was never at UNC. To my knowledge, again, just like amateurs, and as lay power and lamplight go to people's head, they just start to go mad and just start to do stupidness and feel well.
Yeah, but Andy, it's alleged that Kia says she collected money from the UNC. She said that on one of her lives.
Yeah, but I hear that too.
She said it. Just like how you said in PNM give you $2 million. She said she collected money from the UNC.
I hear that too, but honestly, what I did was wrong based on cutting out the clip, not the full conversation, just that piece. Honest.
Oh, so you admit you were wrong for cutting that thing out?
Yeah. Must be. It's a personal conversation.
All right.
Who don't know that is a fool. So yes, I was wrong for cutting off a piece of our conversation. Generally, doing it was really and truly based on making sure Miss Kamala Prasad Bisesa name is away from this Kia girl. Well, yeah, you know, and meaning, well, everybody like yourself say, like, oh, you just mentioned about Kia is a UNC and this and that. And then she started to talk like she so in the UNC and like is Kamala and different people in UNC and then she started talking and everything. So in my conversation, Miss Bisesa, the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, mentioned that Andy, I don't know this girl. I don't know who is this Kia. And if you check back, I only used that clip. And again, it just was about clearing my goodly lady name while people trying to link Kia with Kamala and to show people in a private conversation, look, the goodly lady is saying she really don't know this girl and she really didn't play on top of
Andy, last question before you go. Someone in the chat says Kia is a cook. Last question before you go, right?
Yeah.
A person asks you, why did you resign from the UNC in 2019? Is that true?
On radio with Aisha Wells, I resigned with voice, but me never send no letter.
So Andy, you resigned orally.
The voice only I resigned with, but me never send no letter to the UNC.
And you're like that. Andy the pitbull on radio resigned orally.
Before you go, we had a pelt that.
Yeah, pelt the shot partner, pelt it.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Wait. That is researcher, by all fairness.
Go ahead, researcher, because we have Senator Damien live waiting in the background. Go ahead, quickly. Go ahead.
Mr. Researcher, you have about 3-4 minutes.
Just in response to what Wall Street said earlier, that, you know, this is an old issue, or at least the information you was putting forward to him was old, and the arbitration result is a recent thing within the last 2 to 3 weeks. Now, the result is a new thing, but this is still news. And why I tell you that, Wall Street, since Christmas Eve 2017, A&V behind Petrotrin, let us go to what you call alternative dispute resolution. They knew why they wanted to go there before the first court case judgment by Justice Iverson Quinlan Williams, where she said, hey, Petrotrin need to immediately stop this contract. It went to the appeal court, and in February 2018 early, Musa ruled, and these fellas, Chief Justice Ivachi, all of them ruled, Devines, all of them ruled that A&V have no, Petrotrin has to put them in a position and stop the contract. They were given room for them to apply to the Privy Council. They never get through with that. What I am putting to you here, why did they always want this arbitration? But they will be allowed to choose one of the judges for the panel. And I put in something on the record here. This is just on the record. In July 2019, that was when the last judge was chosen for the arbitration panel. You know what happened the following month? All of a sudden, the Prime Minister changed the board at Petrotrin and put Michael Anthony Kamena in August the 22nd, 2019 as the chairman of Trinidad Petroleum Holdings and the chairman of Heritage Petroleum, one of the groups of Trinidad Petroleum Holdings, the subsidiary, and also as the chairman of Petrotrin, the legacy company. Lo and behold, they go into arbitration now, and Petrotrin just don't have no case again. When they lose the arbitration, Senior Counsel Deborah Peake made it clear that we must go back again. We have to appeal this ruling before it's too late. So this $1 billion A&V talk
although it's recently regurgitated in the news, and we put that forward before the first court case. All these high court judges rule against ANV. The Privy Council never take them on, and we are going to bring up this again. Everybody have a good night out there.
Researcher, don't go away. Don't go away, researcher. Don't go away.
Researcher,
hold. Researcher, I was listening to you. Do you see that? You see that way you just do that? I'm bringing you into my global business class, and I'm giving you an F minus. I give you an F minus.
All right, let's make arrangement. Let's make arrangement to bring them back as soon as possible.
Here's right. Let me say, researcher. I give you an F minus. Because researcher, it is very simple. It is very simple. You can put whoever you want, you can rig however you want, you can do whatever you want, right? The system says you go to arbitration. They agreed to go to arbitration. They went to arbitration, and the matter was settled in arbitration. And not only that, wait, researcher, not only that, but the rhetoric you're putting out there that the government spending all this amount of money and all this amount of money in your code.
I agree with that. Yeah, why I agree with that? The people that made the decision and do that is Dr. Keith Christopher Oli, personal lawyer Malcolm Kwamana. That is our report.
Andy and researcher, a decision had to be made, and a decision was made. If you guys disagree with the decision, then as you guys are saying Trinidad and Tobago, take it to the courts. Take it to the courts.
Well, when the next government come, we will go back there and we go carry to the right court.
You mean when the PNM come? You mean when the PNM come again? You mean when the PNM come again? When the PNM come again?
Come back where? When the PNM going to come back?
When the PNM come again?
To punish me more?
Andy, when the PNM come again? Yeah, researcher.
Researcher,
Andy.
Wall Street because
Andy,
you have another guest, Andy.
Yeah, Andy, we have a next guest in the background, Andy, and I want to say this, Andy, I like this type of discussion. Seriously, I like this discussion because they don't have discussions like this on any radio program in Trinidad and Tobago. And this was a fantastic radio program. And we had I go call you. We got to sit down and talk. And we have to continue something like this because it brings out a lot of information and we can discuss a lot of things, Andy. Serious. Plain talk, bad manners, as you will say.
Nice. But while you're saying that, let me welcome our Diane guest, Mr. Damien Lyra.
Yeah. You're in the background waiting for us.
Very good.
You see the kind of people we just have on the program? We just have all kind of people on the program. Your program is only UNC people all the time. When is the last time you bring up PNM post on your program? When is the last time? When is the last time you bring up PNM people on all your program? The underground report. You know, that's what I was called earlier. The underground report.
Like PNM talking trying to be going United States. Like the PNM in him, but you know better than that.
The juice boy. The
juice. But we have an honorable man there. At the end of the day, a senator. Honorable man, and I am looking forward, and I'm locked on too, and we will remain locked on while I take my background. So people of Tobago to hear Damien, honorable UN senator.
So Andy, any closing words? Closing words before you go, Andy. Closing words before you go. Any closing words?
Tobago. And I'm glad that Mr. Damien will be coming up after Miss Diane guest. Tobago is experiencing at this point in time a constitutional crisis. The police service in a mess. The president house in a mess. We healthcare system in a mess. We farming in a mess. We are no work. We are no work. We nothing. Everything crash. And this government, that Wall Street drinking the PNM juice. Wall Street is a PNM. And I'm afraid to say, just like I go talk about Alan Roberts, I feel Wall Street. They talk bad manners. He's a PNM. And we need to fix Trinidad and Tobago, do the right thing. If UNC come in power and they're doing Triplets, get rid of them. If PNM come in power and they're doing Triplets, get rid of them. Every time a new party and they come in power and they do Triplets, get rid of them. It's all about Trinidad and Tobago. It's all about our constitution. And at this point, we have a constitutional crisis. Imagine a man saying, if I am an unvaccinated person, if I take a vaccine, I can't go Delta, I can't do this, I can't get work. And before we go, play the clip with Dr. Rowley plainly telling me.
No, Andy, we gotta go. Damien Lighter waiting for us. We gotta go.
Well, I know I must choke in my thing there to see how much.
No, don't try to choke in that, man.
Yeah, let me have my body back on before I go now. At least I make
No, we are Damien Lighter. So, all right, listen, Andy, let me bring in Damien Lighter and we go talk to you. Thank you so much.
Andy,
yeah, go ahead, Gary.
All right.
Come back as soon as possible.
Yeah, we go bring him back. All right.
Let Wall Street give me a give me my number. Diana done already. I'm a number. Damien Lighter. What's my Dr. Rowley? I'm a number. Hey.
All right, Andy. Andy, we go on. Yeah. Folks. Oh God. Let me bring in Senator Lighter, boys. Senator Lighter. Welcome, boys.
Hey.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hey, listen.
Good evening.
I want to say thank you so much for being so patient with us. I really appreciate it. Because you have been very, very patient. I mean, and listen to this.
You know, as usual, right? I like to come in the tail end. I the tail ender, right?
Right.
And you know, I always come in informal. I don't come inside of here with no agenda. I come to talk. We come to chat, and so I just happy to come and join my crew, Wall Street, Diana, Gary, everybody on board. I trust we are all here tonight.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. We do appreciate.
I come in to catch it. I come in to catch it. Taylor, there's some fire there from that fella Andy boy. Hey, that is
yeah, but Senator, listen to this, right? Andy wasn't scheduled to be on the program, you know. So we were just going along in the program, and somebody in the chat say, "Oh, you call Andy Williams?" And as I tell you, I have UNC friends. So I called up Andy, and Andy come on the program just so it wasn't something scheduled. You understand? So you cannot bite into your time, but we're gonna give you as much time as possible in order for you to
let me say something, right? I'm glad Andy came on, right? Because Andy's a passionate person, and I know he puts Trinidad and Tobago first. He lie when he tell you if anybody do nonsense, they gotta come out, whether it's PNM and UNC, right? And that's my same thing. It's always gotta be Trinidad and Tobago first, right? So I support Andy when he says that, right? But when you hear the venom and you hear the power in Andy's voice, that is something that is starting to resonate throughout the entire population of Trinidad and Tobago now, because it is clear that people in Trinidad and Tobago are becoming fed up of the environment that we exist in. And that is why for somebody like Andy to come on there, he don't necessarily have to plot and plan. He just have to say how he feeling and what he's seeing going on in Trinidad. Because unless you see what's going on in Trinidad, you wearing blinkers like a horse running in a race. That's what you're doing. So I just want to recognize Andy for his passionate contribution, and I didn't hear the entire script that he came with, but I saw the tail end and it was very passionate. And all I say to Andy is keep on fighting for Trinidad and Tobago. Enough respect. So how are you all going this evening?
Yeah, we going fantastic. But let's do quick. Let's go for a quick station identification. We're gonna go for early station identification, and we're gonna be right back. So we don't have to do that at the top of the hour. Second sim, Senator Lighter. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Of course, we are back with you. It's In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And joining us tonight in the village is Senator Damien Leiter. And Senator, I think I read something about you and with respect to the Coast Guard. There was something with respect to the Coast Guard. Was that you? I read an article in the newspaper.
Yeah, it was in the Guardian today. Now, Wall Street, let me tell you, we have to be specific on what we're talking about, because day by day, it becomes like you don't know what matter to deal with on a daily basis. There is so much that is outside now to discuss in Trinidad and Tobago. In every area, every industry, every ministry, there is something going on for us to talk about and for us to question, right? So you had to be specific. So I'm glad you were specific. And yes, there was an article that came out today, a release I made in the Guardian today regarding the Coast Guard. And just to give you a bit of a background on that, and again, as you know, I've just come from the office. I don't have documents in front of me, so I'm going to tell you everything from my head and do the best I can to explain what has happened. So there would have been something on social media that was moving around. There was a missing person, right? I don't want to mention the name of the person for respect of the family, right? But there was a missing person that fell overboard a boat, and there was a search and rescue. There was a search for the person over a number of days, and then eventually some fishermen would have located the person washed up on shore in the south coast of Trinidad and Tobago. It was very unfortunate. The video, what we saw, which showed what we know as Kobo, or for your audience in the US, vultures, but Kobos feasting on the body, and we would have heard the persons in the boat or in the fishing boat describing the situation, having called the Coast Guard on several occasions, speaking to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and so on. And in that video, we would have heard something that seems to be repeating itself on a monthly basis when it comes to the Coast Guard, which is that they don't have sufficient fuel to come out to deal with this matter on the coast. Right now, let me just say up front, right, that the Coast Guard came out and mentioned that the body was washed up on shore, and as a result of that, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service would have had to have dealt with that. But at the end of the day, there is a call for Coast Guard. Coast Guard has been up and down the coast. Whether it is the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, whether it is the Coast Guard, we are talking about a human. We are talking about the remains of a human. Could be somebody's father, somebody's uncle. It is an urgent matter. Whether it is attended to by the TTPS, whether it's attended to by the Air Guard, whether it's attended to by the Coast Guard, people need to respond when these reports come out. And to simply tell men who call you of the reports that, hey, listen, but we have no fuel to come outside there right now to deal with that matter, right? The guy even mentioned in the video that they told him if they could secure and tie up the body and bring the body to a location where either the TTPS or the Coast Guard could intercept. Now, this reminds me of a very similar situation that happened sometime back in June, when a boat with about, I can't remember, it was about 5 dead bodies rolled up in Tobago, where fishermen located these dead bodies in the boat. And when they called the Coast Guard to attend it, the Coast Guard indicated that they had no vessels within striking distance. They asked the fishermen to tow the boat in, to deal with potential homicide, to deal with dead people. You asking civilians to engage with something that could be a homicide, that could be that involving dead people. So this was a distinct reminder to me of what happened in Tobago, and very similar responses by the Coast Guard at the time. Now, let me, for the record, state, I am not here condemning the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard can only react and can only do a job based on the resources they are provided to do the job properly. If you ask a mason to lay bricks and all you give the man is water and a wheelbarrow, and tell him lay bricks and build a house will collapse. You have to give your protective services the correct resources to be able to do their job. So this particular situation that happened in the south of Trinidad this week was a reminder of what I've been speaking about for quite some time regarding the Coast Guard and the lack of resources that the government is providing to the Coast Guard. And you asked me a question here, Wall Street, you're opening a can of worms now. Because if you give me a chance, I'll go to town on this issue. So I don't know how much you want me to go to town on this, but I'll go to town on it. Tell me how much leeway I have.
Hey, listen, man. Once you bring in facts, because to me, in this situation here, the Coast Guard is not really to blame, though. It's not. I mean, if the Coast Guard don't have the things that they need to have, I mean, Well,
I completely agree with you. Listen, I am not condemning the Coast Guard. I am not even going to condemn the TTPS. I have been speaking at length of this for the last year, that this government has failed to provide the resources for one of the key ministries that in the Ministry of National Security. National security is so important to our nation. It's so important to our economy. It's so important to our lives, to our comfort levels. But yet, we hear about a massive budget every single year, and we have the budget debate starting on Monday, right? So we are going to be popping our senators going to pop the popcorn and sit down and listen to a fella that maybe my height, but I better looking than him. But they're going to come and they're going to read this budget, and we're going to hear about the billions of dollars that is going to be allocated to national security. And when you look at my article in The Guardian, I end by saying, but where the money gone? Where's the money being spent? And that is a chronic problem across the Coast Guard, the Air Guard, the TTPS. They are not given the resources. The TTPS, all right, let's stick up in there. When we come to the TTPS, I know that go open something else. But let's come back to the Coast Guard. Right? I want to give you an understanding of what the Coast Guard has in their possession, the resources they have, and why it is perplexing to me how they are not given simple tools to be able to utilize the resources provided to them. When the Kamala Persad-Bissessar administration demitted office in 2015, they left behind the most sophisticated and the most equipped Coast Guard fleet in the English-speaking Caribbean. In the English-speaking Caribbean. There were pirogues, a number of interceptor vessels, I think about 16 of them. They purchased, the government purchased the Chinese vessel. They purchased 6 Damien vessels, which the People's National Movement, in coming into office, would have arrived, it would have been delivered to the PNM in 2016. So it was procured under Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and these 6 Damien vessels, or Damien vessels, however you want to pronounce it, arrived in 2016 in Trinidad and Tobago. And of these 6 Damien vessels, 4 of these vessels had interceptor vessels on them. So they were small OPVs with interceptor vessels. So they were meant to patrol outside our borders, to be able to patrol our borders with the ability to launch interceptor vessels to come in close to our borders. And in the case of this dead body pull up on shore, if the police service could not have gotten it, because some of our beaches are not accessible by roads or whatnot, especially on the North Coast and whatnot. But if they can't be accessible, then the Coast Guard had the ability through the Damien vessels to be able to launch these interceptor vessels to come in close to the shore. So this is what was inherited, right? Interceptor vessels, pirogues, small OPVs with interceptor vessels, and with guns on the gunship and so forth. And this along with a number of other things. Now, for the entire term of the People's National Movement from the time they came into office in the end of 2015 and to date, these diamond vessels have never been put in use as constant patrol vessels. They were meant to be 4 vessels for the purpose of patrolling and 2 utility vessels, right? These were never put in the position of patrolling. They were always reactionary. Something happened, they will send the vessel out. In fact, when there was when the volcano matter happened in St. Vincent, they sent a diamond vessel across. That was the vessel that went across to take some of our Coast Guard and soldiers across to St. Vincent. But to say that these diamond vessels were used to properly patrol our borders, to stop the illegal immigrants from coming in, to stop the guns, drugs, ammunition from coming in, they were not utilized consistently to be able to deal with with these situations. And we have seen the results of that. Over 150, maybe even 200,000 illegal immigrants entering Trinidad. Countless amounts of drugs, guns, ammunition coming into our shores. We see it every day. We see it every day. When you see the TTPS bust, again a gun bust, and you see all these high-powered rifles and guns, know that that's only a small percentage of what really comes in. And we see this happening every day, yet we do not see that the Coast Guard is properly equipped to patrol. How difficult is it if you have 4 OPVs with interceptor vessels, with radar equipment and so forth, to be able to patrol the borders to intercept a boat of illegal immigrants? Guns, drugs, ammunition. And when we check to see what was the main issue that was behind these vessels not being properly utilized, this were the 3 matters that followed. 1, there was not sufficient fuel. Now, these OPVs require quite a significant amount of fuel if you're going to patrol on an ongoing basis, right? So there was not a sufficient amount of fuel to be able to operate these vessels. Diesel, special diesel that's used for these type of vessels. In fact, it was even found out that because the government had a poor track record of payment for diesel for these vessels, the ability to have credit and so on was taken away from them. So they had to pay cash on delivery. Secondly, they don't have bunkering facilities for the diesel for these boats down in Tetron and in the Southland. So they couldn't even hold a significant amount of diesel down there on the site to be able to continue to fill these boats so that they could continue patrolling. The second situation is the Coast Guard had a significant amount of persons trained to be able to man these vessels. Each of these diamond vessels require about 25 persons, 20 to 25 persons per shift. So for each vessel, you have to have a first shift, a second shift, and then a backup shift, right? So anywhere between 60 to 75 persons for any of these vessels. Have a first shift, second shift, and a backup. But there were persons trained, but they were never, the government of Trinidad and Tobago failed to ensure that these persons were allocated to patrol these vessels. And then thirdly, they did not have the service level agreement for these 6 diamond vessels had expired. So there was a maintenance issue. So coming down like about a year ago, they had to send the diamond vessels to Suriname to get repaired and change parts, etc., and they sent them back. And our understanding is those diamond vessels are in good condition. So my question is, you have diamond vessels in good condition. You don't have fuel. You don't have the allocated. You have not allocated the staff to run the vessels. Yet you come to this nation. This government comes to this nation and tells this country that we need to purchase for $600 million 2 hostile vessels, 2 hostile OPVs. You cannot operate the 6 that you have, but you decide to put $600 million of taxpayers' money towards 2 hostile vessels that recently arrived in Trinidad with pomp and pageantry, ribbon cutting. The Prime Minister says to the country, I can sleep good at night now. He says that. It's on record. Now that these two vessels are here, Eureka, we solve every single thing. And I want you to stick a small pin there, because I'm coming back to that. So you bring these two hostile vessels into the country. The Prime Minister and the then Minister of National Security goes down to Australia. They go down there without the oversight of the independent procurement regulator. Remember, we were in the Senate the other day. We debated a bill, which is the disposal of public property. The procurement and disposal of public property legislation, where, as I told you on a program before, the government came and gutted the legislation to be able to pass it by a simple majority, which basically removed the oversight of the independent procurement regulator from certain purchases made by the government. Purchases that come under medical, under legal, financial, government to government, and government and private sector joint venture, whatnot. I forget the name, but I'll come back to that. And anything that the Minister of Finance deems necessary to include under this, meaning that they can bring whatever they want, whenever they want. So they are now allowed to procure, use the money from the Treasury, from the Consolidated Fund. They have the right to sit in the cabinet and make decisions to procure anything that falls under those categories I explained, and a few others that I may have left out, without having to go through the oversight of the independent procurement regulator, who, as you know, is a checks and balance to ensure that the government is spending our money right. That is what we are seeing happening in this country. You know, they are coming to the Parliament and into the Senate, and they are gutting legislation to put the power in the hands of a finance minister or in the hands of a cabinet, as we just saw in the debate for the Revenue Authority. If I have time, I'll come back to that. But so they went down into Australia and decided to purchase these two hostile vessels without the oversight of the independent procurement regulator. Now, we did some research. We found that vessels similar to this, two vessels similar to this, were procured by the Australian government for 300 million. So I asked the question, what made the difference in the price from 3 to 6? I don't know. Maybe the toilet seat is in gold. I don't know. But we ask, when you don't have oversight in procurement, how was the citizens of this country know if we got value for money? And I'm not casting any aspersions, but I just find it passing strange that two vessels similar to this were purchased for the value of 300 million TT, and we paying 600 million. The other thing is, the minister then, Stuart Young, of National Security, is on record stating that it was a good time to purchase these two vessels. It was a great time to purchase it, because at that time, the government of Australia was providing grants to anyone who would purchase anything military from any companies that produce military equipment, boats, whatever the case may be. So we asked the question, right, which has not been answered to this day. We asked the question, how much grant did we get from the Australian government? Because later down the road, we heard that we got a loan from the Australian government. And you will know, Wall Street and Gary and Diana, that our grant is different from a loan. A loan is a loan, you have to pay it back. A grant is freeness. So when we ask the question, how much of that $600 million paid for those two vessels were in the form of a grant? Ethelbert Hines beat around the bush and say, well, we already answered that, and everything is good. Well, everything is not good because you have not said to us and to the nation how much the grant is. Or are we paying $600 million for these two vessels? Tell us. Be truthful. Ethelbert Hines says, Senator Leiter make a lot of noise. And he must read. Well, let me tell you this. I'm glad he say I'm making noise. Because I mean I'm doing my job. Because our job in the United National Congress is to be the checks and balances of the government. That's our job, and I make no apologies for that. We are to be the checks and balances. To be an effective opposition, we must challenge the government to ensure that there is value for the spend of taxpayers' money, especially when you want to come and bring property tax now and foist that onto the nation. We want to know. So he danced wrong, and then he said, I must read and I must study because I want to talk about national security issues. Well, I want to say to him that unlike him, I spoke to the technocrats that dealt with the Damien vessels and dealt with all these hostile vessels and stuff, and that's where I got my information from. I don't work in the Coast Guard, but I do my research and I inquire from the experts in those areas, and maybe he should do the same. Maybe you'll be able to. Sorry, yes.
I want to stay with security, and I know that your party supports the former Commissioner of Police, Gary Griffith, right? And Gary Griffith has stated that he has reduced all crime statistics by 30%. This is a quote. And in addition to that, when Gary Griffith became Commissioner of Police in 2018, he said, judge me on the murder rate in Trinidad and Tobago. Right? Gary Griffith stated that. Right? So I'm asking you, Senator, if when you came into office in 2018, right, at the end of you come into office in August 2018. At the end of August 2018, there was 520 murders in Trinidad and Tobago. And you know I like to deal with facts. In 2019, there was 538 murders in Trinidad and Tobago. If we had, and this is somewhat of a pun, and it shouldn't be, but if we had a murder Olympics in Trinidad and Tobago, under Gary Griffin will finish with a silver and a bronze medal as far as murders is concerned in Trinidad and Tobago. Under Gary Griffith watch, in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, we are the second and third highest murders ever in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And I am willing to give Gary Griffith a pass in 2018 because he was only the COP for 4 months. In addition to that, under Gary Griffin, just this year alone, we had about 31 police killings. Many of them could be considered extrajudicial killing. So under Gary Griffin, between 2018 and 2019, there was a 4.6% increase in murders. How could the UNC still support something like that?
Now, first of all,
he's frozen.
Woo! Senator get a question and he get frozen, boy. Gary! Like Gary, on the back. Senator, that question come on, you get frozen, boy. The screen just freeze up all of a sudden.
No, I don't understand. No. You always don't want to speak. Me afraid to get questioned. Right.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say something. Put aside Gary Griffith for a moment. The problem in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is not something that just appeared overnight under Gary Griffith. We have had a situation in the police service that goes back from time immemorial. If you go back to 2008, if my memory serves me right, where we had the single largest murder rate in 2008.
Correct, 550. It was the highest. 550. Correct.
I think the only thing that correlates with that time and now is that PNM was in office at that time. So something about murder rates and the PNM, that is the one correlation that I got to tell you that seems to stay consistent, right? Now,
no, not really. In 2010, there was 485 murders in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. And we would have statistics.
I keep these statistics.
And the UNC would have come into power about May, June. So we done come inside our problem. And by the time we demitted office, we reduced the murder rate to the lowest it was in a decade. So you can't get accept me.
One of the reasons was the state of emergency also. We have to put that in there. One of the reasons was the state of emergency.
Absolutely. And the state of emergency was in 1 year. But every single year after that, there was a decline in the crime rate under the under the People's Partnership, right? And then once
the state of emergency again. Where was the state of emergency? I don't remember what year was the state of emergency. What year was it?
Well, good. You're jogging my memory.
No, just go ahead. Yeah,
but I don't remember. And it went on for like a couple of months or something like that. It didn't go on for a lifetime like what's going on now, right?
All right.
But yes, there was a state of emergency, and I agree with you. That would have affected the crime rate 100%. But there wasn't just a decline in that 1 year alone. There was a decline across the board in the 5 years that the People's Partnership was in power. And then we saw a dramatic increase to the second highest murder rate under this current administration. And I am telling you that it is my opinion.
Senator, I have to say this, right? So what you're doing is that, you're kind of doing a little bit of gymnastics there, man. you are saying that, okay, under the UNC, it was the lowest murder rate. Take that. Take win. Right? But you know something? They wouldn't give Stephen Williams credit for them low murder rate. Think about this. Right? I'm giving you win. Senator, take win. UNC, take win. But in the reverse, they want to criticize Stephen Williams for having the lowest murder rate in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. But I give him all your win. So you can't have it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Let me go now. Let me go. Wait. Let me go to.
But hold on. However, we had a minister of Gary Griffith who gave the police service resources back then.
Exactly.
There was no starvation of resources. What is the common denominator again? It was a minister of national security in Gary Griffith that gave the Trinidad and Tobago police service all the resources they needed.
So another gymnastics again. You're jumping again.
That's not gymnastics, that's facts.
No, listen. Wall Street.
Yeah.
If you know something about me, I'm a fella, even though I represent a party, if I see nonsense, I call it out, The bottom line is this. When you have a Trinidad and Tobago police service, that when they are in this last 5 years, that when they are given their tranche of money by this minister of finance, and by extension, Minister of National Security, when they're given their tranche of money in 2018, they're paying bills from 2017.
But Senator, we could, but we can't compare the oil boom between 2015 to what happened subsequent to 2015. We have to be just as, and that's why I like you. Because we could.
all of a sudden, Trinidad went down bankrupt as Dr. Rowley became Prime Minister. We had no money. The money there when Kamala there. And all of a sudden, government here and the money gone. Where the money gone?
Gary, listen. I want to answer to Wall Street because Wall Street is right. Wall Street is right. Right? We are not in the oil boom. You're right about that, Wall Street. I can't argue with you there. In fact, this government did a very good job crushing the energy sector. They did a very good job destroying the natural gas industry. And that is the reason why that when you say we are no longer in an energy boom, that is why I say to you, so then why is NGC losing $500 million on a huge debacle in the Atlantic Train 1? So we know we're in a recession. We know we're in a depression. We know the money gone. We borrowing money from the Chinese left is right just now. Just now, we go hand over the port, we go hand over the airport, we go hand over everything, and it will be called Hong Wing Port of Spain Port. Right? And just now that is happening. But we could lose $500 million in NDC. We could spend $30 million on the Whitehall. We could spend 20-something million dollars on a palace in Tobago. We could spend $3 million on paintings. We could spend, we could take loans from a particular person, brother, for billions of dollars. And yet we can't account for where our money spent. So what you're saying there is that we are no longer in an oil boom. I agree. And therefore, the limited resources that we have to work with, that limited resources, or the loans we are taking now to pay back the vanity projects that this government has spent on in the last 5 years, that money should have been spent on lifting national security, because national security is one of the key agencies and ministries in any government that is going to encourage a stable economy, that is going to encourage foreign direct investment. People will want to invest in your country. That is going to encourage confidence in the local businessman, in the private sector, to take his savings and spend on expanding his factory, expanding his business. But when you have a country falling apart socially, falling apart in terms of national security, falling apart because of bad spending, a public sector crashing, that erodes the confidence of the private sector. It erodes the confidence of the foreign direct investor. And that is why we have seen over $1.6 billion in flight in foreign direct investment. People packing up and leaving. Leave our brothers.
Senator, I like him.
But I give you the reality.
Yes, but no, but here's where I like you. Where's where I like you? You went from the murder rate, the second highest murder rate in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, under Gary Griffith, right? And you give me the UNC. I say right, because we like to talk facts and we keep it real. That's what I like about you, right? But you switch, you pivot. That's the way they say in America. You pivot. You're very good at pivoting.
Nah, let me come back.
The man giving you the facts, man. Come on, the man giving you the facts.
Me ain't getting a chance to come out of this one. I coming back to it now, the murder rate. Now, the murder rate or the crime rate in our country has a correlation, a direct relationship to the state of an economy, to the state of a society, to social breakdown, to unemployment, to breakdown in education in our country. When a country dismantles education, Kamala Prasad, the built over 106 or so schools. How many this government's built? Not one. In fact, there were a number that were unfinished, and this government allowed those schools in key areas to be vandalized, cows eating grass. So you mash up school, you take away laptop, you're closing the gate. So you are limiting education in our country. Anytime you take away the education for the youth, you are robbing their chances of advancing in life and getting away from a life of crime. Anytime you crush a social system You take away that safeguard to help single mothers who have to go out now and fight up in our job by themselves, leaving their child at home. Maybe our old grandmother taking care of them. Maybe they're not even being seen, and they fall into the hands of the criminal element who turn to them and tell them, "Hold $100 a man, hold this gun. You're feeling powerful with the gun?" I'm not going to go into all that because we could get into a long talk on that. But once you break down social systems, once you take away the food card, the baby grant, the milk grant, you take all those things away. You take away the laptops from the children so they can't even go online now in this pandemic. You break down education. You break down social systems. You crash the economy. Companies folding. Factories packing up and leaving. Lever Brothers, Ansel Matal. 1/3 of the Point Lisas industrial estate. You shut down Petrotrin. 11,000 people on the bread line. Over 113,000 persons no longer contribute to NIS. Do you know what that means? That means that is approximately 113,000 no longer contributing to NIS because they don't have work. And guess what? That's the formal sector. That's the formal sector. 113,000. What about the informal sector? What about the bars, the rum shop, the restaurant, them thing where people don't declare their thing? That's another 100,000 people going home because you shut down and broke down the economy. So when you have mass unemployment, no opportunities for the youth and for children, what do you think is going to happen? You think the people are going to say they're going to sit down together on the side of the road and sing Kumbaya?
But Senator, that sounds like a good argument for many. However, in 2008, when it was the highest murders in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, right? For all those things that you were saying was totally opposite. How do you explain that now? For all the things that you are saying now, why the murder rate under Gary Griffith is the second highest in the history of Trinidad and Tobago? With the highest murder rate, it was totally opposite. Everything was nice in the country. The country was running good. People was going back and forth. Schools nice, everything. I mean, some of the things you say make sense, but sometimes I think you're trying to give Gary Griffith a little pass.
No.
Listen. But let me say this.
Yeah.
I haven't heard, I've listened to radio in Trinidad. I haven't heard many people in Trinidad and Tobago talk about the murder rate with respect to the different commissioner of police. Now, we have the commissioner of police, Stephen Williams, on here, and I asked him, I said, why does people believe that you were such a weak commissioner? And under him, kidnapping reduced, I mean, up to the next to zero under Stephen Williams.
But because of the support of the government that was in place.
But Gary,
support of the government that was in place.
Yes, Gary, yes, Gary, yes. But Gary, he's not getting the credit for it. They're saying he's one of the worst COP in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Nobody don't look at the numbers. And that is what we have with Gary Griffith. It's to me, the only improvement with regards to Gary Griffith is a perception of improvement. And
no, you're absolutely wrong there.
Is reality.
You're absolutely wrong
The
there.
perception under Stephen Williams is that he was a weak commissioner of police. Nobody took time to look at the numbers and Senator Leiter. That's why, if you want to put me in check, I don't mind you putting me in check.
But Anselm, you have to inject in there too. Gary Griffith had the element of Venezuelans to contend with. So you can't blame all the crime went on there on Trinbagonian nationals. He also had that influx of Venezuelans who brought their culture, and that their culture is very harsh.
I want to say something. I have to interject here now. Because you see that lady they call Diana is long time now. I want to jump through this screen and reach out and hug she up and kiss she up and things, right? Because that is a very profound statement that she's making.
She gave her point. She gave her point, right? She gave her point.
No. Because you see, this situation is so critical in this country under this current administration where things have broken down so badly. We could keep pivoting to all kind of points tonight, right? She just happened to remind me of something, right? And it is true. It is true what she is saying. You have to understand something.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
You have to understand something. You understand? And I don't want to blame the Venezuelans alone. I want to talk about what I have been speaking in the papers for the past year. And that is the porous borders in this country. Now we have to understand something, Wall Street. The whole landscape has changed currently, right? Back in the days of 2008, even in the time of 2010 to 2015 under the People's Partnership, we did not have a Venezuela that plummeted into crisis under a draconian dictator by the name of Maduro, right? We did not have a collapse, an ultimate collapse in the economic situation in Venezuela, which caused a desperate bolting and outflux of Venezuelans and influx of Venezuelans into Trinidad and Tobago, like what we've seen in the last few years, right? Now, we can say it's not our fault that Venezuela is in this crisis. And it's not our fault that these people are desperate and coming in. But what we have control over is the securing of our borders to ensure that we stop the illegal immigrants, many of whom were gang members. If I remember the name of the gang, it was called, it'll come back to me in a moment. La Banda, something like that. Gang. They were members of that gang in Trinidad, working in cohorts with local gangsters. The Ivanda gang, or whatever it is. I think that's it. Google it, you'll see it. The Ivanda gang. And these people, there was an influx of high-powered guns and ammunition coming to this country, the likes never seen before. In 2008, under Manning, we never saw it. Under Kamala Persad-Bissessar, we never saw it. But now, we seeing AK-47s, Uzi, grenade coming into this country. We seeing drugs and drugs like no other passing through this country. We are seeing the influx of fishing boats sailing in between Venezuela and sailing into into Chagaramas. And when they arrive, when these fishing boats arrive in the middle of a COVID pandemic lockdown, when our own citizens were not permitted to return to the country, when this government locked our citizens out of the nation, many for over a year, many of our citizens losing their jobs, losing their businesses, losing their family, losing their girl, losing their dog, their bird, their parakeet, gone. Losing their life savings. You know, if it wasn't so dreadful, it would be funny how I say it. But the point is, there were people that toil, and you all more than anybody else know about this. And while our citizens were robbed of their constitutional rights to return to their native land, we would see Venezuelan fishing boats sailing into our shore, sailing past that shore, pulling up to our jetties in Chagaramas. 20, 30 man on board, no mask. And when they arrive, no quarantine, no COVID testing, no search of their boats for guns, arms, ammunition, pests, animals. Nothing. Them just pulling up. I have videos, about 10 videos, where I went down myself and videotape it and watch these fellas just roll up and walk off onto our jetties, going into our supermarkets, jumping into vehicles and going after Price Mart, shopping, coming back and so on. Me and Bex with the Venezuelans, you know, they are our neighbors, they are our brothers and sisters. But you can't tell me that when our own citizens are locked out of the border, you can't tell me that these Venezuelans have more rights than us. And the mere fact that they have more rights than us just to sail inside, doesn't that open the door for illegal guns, drugs, ammunition, contraband. That is why we have seen criminals in this country with an arsenal. Them so could create an army by Wall Street. So when you see them pull up on a scene and bust out a AK-47 and spray it up and 4 men dead, you ain't expect the murder rate to go up? When every single gangster from the gang leader down to the 15, 14, 13-year-old youth man could hold a gun in his hand, you ain't expect the murder rate to go up? When you have a police service that has been underfunded, not given the resources, can't pay to even fix the air conditioning in a police station. I walk in a police station and watch a telephone, and the base of the telephone brown, the handle yellow. I say it's a Frankenstein telephone. I ask him, what going on in this place? They can't pay their bills to TSTT. They can't pay the light bill. It had a situation where a man going to make a report in Matlot police station. Them men sitting down outside on flambeau. Police. Cars mashing up. They can't repair the vehicles. Even police. I sit down with a police officer and he turned to me and tell me that they could not even pay the hospitals that dealt with police who get injured on the line of duty. This man had a dig in his own pocket. The only place he could have gone to was the medical center or the little hospice in the barracks in St. James. And when you reach there, you have to pull a number. And they're seeing about 26 people for the day. And if you have number 27, come back tomorrow. This police officer tell me, he sat down there a couple of days, he get fed up. He said, I dig in his pocket to go and get medical care to deal with his injury that he had on duty. When you have police officers that living like this, you don't expect their morale to descend into the doldrums. When they have to be sweating in our police station because the air condition broke down and they can't get somebody to come and fix the air condition because the people in them not getting paid, you don't expect the police officers to be disgruntled and come down. Gary Griffith is Jesus Christ or Hanuman or whosoever that could come and just create more the morale. When Gary Griffith stands up in an Independence Day speech and literally lambasts the government because you ain't giving them money to run the thing, you think police services run on love?
Yeah, but Senator, he ain't getting money to run the thing, right? But he have money to spend with that organization in England, over $900,000 for that organization with football, right? But he didn't have money, close to $1 million. I know you know about that. The name of the organization is Bad Wolf, with the former Soca Warriors coach, where he was the director. You know that's some information too. I spent over $1 million. Yeah.
Anselm, if a police officer gets injured, what ministry is supposed to take care of?
No, Diana, I'm not disputing that. But I'm saying that the money, if the money is spent in the right way, they spend close to $1 million with a lone wolf organization, with Terry Fenwick, who was the former Soca Warriors coach, was also a director of that company, and where Gary Griffith's son get to play on the Soca Warriors team, and now that they have a new coach, he can't make the Soca Warriors team, so he was basically doing Gary Griffith a favor, and Gary Griffith was doing him a favor. This is facts. They're making this up. Spend close to $1 million.
Hold on. You bringing up something. Now, remember something, right? If you look at my article about the Coast Guard, you will distinctly see where I said, and I asked Ethelbert Hines, right? I asked Ethelbert, if this social media post or if this video is true, tell us if it is true or not. So I haven't condemned Ethelbert that this actually happened. I want to know if it's true, because if it is true, it will stay consistent with the lack of resources that the Coast Guard have. So you are seeing reports coming out in the newspaper. You see reports come out on social media. I have not seen a court try and convict anybody. So I can't talk towards something. I could ask how you could ask a question. I could ask a question, right? So you are in your right to ask a question about that. right? And fine, if you want to throw that question out there, we could ask about that, and that is about this size in the overall scheme of the debacle that has now come about in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And you know, I want you for a moment to park aside Gary Griffith, because I feel Wall Street like inside of you, like you have a little venom for this fella, yeah?
No, Senator. No, I don't want no venom for him. No, because here's why. Here's why. The stuff that I'm saying is factual.
Well, I want to give you something factual here now.
Because listen, I don't agree with you. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I want to give you something factual here now.
Okay.
Let us put aside the name Gary Griffith for a moment. Let's put that aside, right?
Okay.
Whether it's Gary Griffith, whether it's Tom Jones, right? Whether it's Kunta Kinte, whoever it is, right? Whoever it is. You see what's going on right now in this country and the constitutional crisis that is before us in the police service.
Correct.
You see that? Now, that's why I ask you to park aside Gary Griffith. Because you see, the debacle and the constitutional crisis that exists today in this country, which is an absolute disgrace on all levels. And I'm going to be very guarded on what I say now, because a lot of it is...
Listen, I agree with you. What's happening with the PSC and with Gary Griffith, especially what happening with the Police Service Commission, is a disgrace in the history, one of the biggest disgrace in the history of Trinidad and Tobago.
And you know Bliss resigned today, right?
Yes, she resigned today. Yes, you know that.
Resigned today, right? Which was 3 days too long overdue. Correct. But anyway, right? 3 days overdue. But you know, sometimes you have to look so much deeper into it. And we beat up on Bliss and all this kind of thing. But who really driving this? Who really driving what has transpired here? Because we have two situations. We have a merit list for an acting commissioner that for some reason, I don't know, I'm asking the question like everyone else, some reason didn't leave the President House and reach any parliament, as the law requires, as the law that was passed by this PNM requires, right? So whether it's Gary Griffith, whether it's Tom Jones, whoever it is, this merit list for the acting commissioner never arrived. Then we understand that for the permanent position, this process was completed on August the 12th. And apparently the merit list was heading towards the President House. And there are allegations that the merit list was intercepted at the President House by a representative from the political arm of the state. Right? I believe somebody on some forum or some presentation, right, had mentioned who they thought it was. I think
when your leader said it was the PM.
I commented that. I think the leader of the opposition indicated that it was alleged that it was the Prime Minister, right? Me and I no camera there, but we want to see the logbooks. We asking to see the logbooks. Hey, that's not too much of a hard thing. Just show us the logbooks now. Let me see who was there now. Right? What we hiding? What is we hiding there? Right? And so therefore, how come the merit list now for the permanent position was not then sent through the president and to the parliament? And now, you see, that is the bottom line of this whole fiasco, you know. You see, they have all kind of thing going on about who gets suspended and who retired judge check this out, and who this Barrington look at this, and this Rear Admiral look at that, and all of these things happen, and blah, 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 blah. Who suspended if Ethelbert went above his constitutional rights to tell Gary to stay on leave. Beyond, he come in the Senate. He said, no, I never tell him to do that, even though word is that he did. But we don't know. And he say, he come in the Senate. I sit down there, listen to my own ears. He said, no. All I did was just tell Gary to stay until the end of his vacation. Now, that's a gray area because I don't even think the Minister of National Security have the right to tell the commissioner or the acting commissioner to stay until the end of his vacation. He's interfering in an independent body, right? And if you want to break it down to pure business sense, if I was a chairman and my CEO on vacation and he come and tell me, I coming back early, boss man, and I love my CEO, well, I happy my CEO come back early. We have things to deal with in the company. In this particular case, they have crime to deal with in Trinidad. So the commissioner reached back, great, I'm happy. And you come and tell the Senate that, nah, I only tell him to stay until the end of his vacation. And then here they say, Wall Street, this was about 6 o'clock. Wait, Mark, on the motion of the adjournment, put Ethelbert Hines on the stand to hear Ethelbert Hines say, no, I never tell him to stay home indefinitely until we call you to come out, like what Gary reported happened. But he come and say, now he tell him wait until the end of the vacation. All right, okay. I still think you're wrong to say that, but all right. But yet, at 8 p.m. on the Express newspaper, them get information that the Police Service Commission sent a letter to Gary to whether on suspension or to tell him not to come out until further notice. 8 p.m. Gary Griffith, it's alleged that Gary Griffith has stated that he didn't get the letter until 10 p.m. that night. So 6 o'clock, Ethelbert said no. Me and tell him to stay beyond the vacation. And 4 hours later, after 2 hours before Express bust the news, 4 hours later, Gary get the letter from the Police Service Commission, who their only right is to deal with disciplinary action against the commissioner and the deputy commissioner, any first division officer. But yet in the reports, there's no mention of Gary Griffith in this investigation of the firearms. Everything is at the level of the firearms department and whoever they investigating. Gary Griffith is not in the report to be investigated. So the Police Service Commission overstepping their boundaries to come and investigate in levels below the rank of first division. It's not their right to do that. And them coming and suspended Gary and all that. And all of this is a total mess and a total fiasco. And 3 members of the commission, one resign, then next one come and resign, then the third one come and resign, then thing leak out about how they told the head of this Police Service Commission, no, you mustn't send that letter. One set of bacchanal and mess and all kind of thing. People resign, Police Service Commission collapse.
And Senator,
you know the funny thing, and you know the final thing I would say here?
Yeah.
And the funny thing, Wall Street, is all of that don't matter in the whole scheme of things. Because the entire process was messed up from the point of appointing the Deputy Commissioner of Police when the President never sent the merit list, and when the Police Service Commission never completed the transaction of sending the merit list for the permanent position through the President to the Cabinet to be debated. So everything before that is just bacchanal. But the bottom line is, we are in a constitutional crisis as a result of this. And so we can sit down here and talk about Gary Griffith and murder rate and all these things, but we in much bigger problems than that now.
And you know what, Senator? We have to leave it right there for the night. And I want to say to you, man, it's always a pleasure when you come into the village. We appreciate you, and we keep it real, you know what I mean? And we always keep it very respectful. You see what I'm saying? And I really enjoy that. And I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart that you took this time, in order to spend with us.
Wall Street, let me say this to you. This is about my 4th or 5th time. I feel like I home when I hear, right? Diana, Gary, yourself. I feel like I home when I hear. And I find that your program encourages very, very good discourse. It allows everyone to air their views, whether you are partisan or not. And at the end of the day, I know where you hire Balize t-shirt on, right? And I don't see anything wrong with that, because it is your constitutional right to support whichever party that you decide you want to support, right? We are not a dictatorship. We are a democracy. And it is important, Wall Street, that we defend our democratic and constitutional rights at all costs, regardless of who is in power. You can be PNM, I can be UNC, there could be somebody from the NJAC, there could be somebody from the COP, whosoever. But the day any political party tramples on the constitutional rights of citizens and takes our nation towards some sort of a budding dictatorship, like what I respectfully feel is happening by the gutting of all these very controversial pieces of legislation that should be passed by a special majority, a 3/5 majority in Parliament. These pieces of legislation are being gutted and passed by a simple majority, and I'm sorry, respectfully, that is taking us one step closer to a dictatorship. And I want to say to you, you are my PNM brother. You're my PNM brother. And regardless who in power, if you have love of country, like I have love of country, I go hold your hand. I go hold your hand. I go have you sit in my house and come and eat from my pot, because I know you will let me come and eat from yours.
Correct is right.
And so with those few words, I want to thank you for allowing me back onto your program.
Yes.
I want to congratulate you and the family here, right, for building on this program that is now becoming infectious. More and more people listening, because you know why? You and your team and your family carry about the program and allow openness. Media, which is the fourth estate in this country, must always remain independent regardless of your political affiliation. And you and your family are a true example of independence.
Thank you so much, Mr. Netalitis. Really appreciate it. Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. So there you have it, folks. Let me go to a quick station identification and we can come back and close the program. Hold on a minute. Let's go for a quick station identification. It's in the village of the DAC Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Then we're going to close.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, it's in the village of the DAC Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. This was a marathon, people.
Oh, Lord. Ellis says, leave him alone. He's a Rowley boy. Wall Street have an action hero named Rowley, a cape on and a PNM jockey.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord, that is too hard, boy.
Yeah, let me say for the ones who left in the chat, listen, it's okay, right? It's okay for, I know I heard some people saying, oh God, boy, they're going on Wall Street. Nah, all of the worry about it, man. And Albert Montana, we see all your comments, right? I just want to put any comments on the screen why the senator was there, just for sort of respect now. Go sit in the corner of Wall Street and put your fingers on your lips. You hear talk till you get half pregnant. Edward Andrews, welcome, man. Hey, wait up. Albert Montana say, answer me, keep deflecting anything that you don't want to hear. No, Albert. Anytime they come, I had to put some facts on the table, man. All right, so Diana, let me go. Closing comments.
Closing comments. Okay, yeah. I feel the need. I didn't know he was gonna say. I didn't know he was gonna slap me first. I feel the need to address the language of the Prime Minister in his text to a citizen, constituent, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. The hidden power of what you say. What is language? Language is defined as any body which can be written, spoken, shown, or otherwise communicated between people. Language is an unavoidable element of everyday life. Without language, society would be a disorderly mess of miscommunication and ambiguity. Words are important. It's through our words that we communicate our intentions. For leaders, language is a vehicle for making decisions, resolving disputes, enacting practices, measuring results, and sharing innovation and creativity. Like any other language, a language of leadership has to be learned, honed, and practiced. As the leader of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Rowley, you are given a precious and honorable position to lead with your words and actions. What you say or write flows from what is in your heart. Leadership is of the heart. Your authenticity and integrity come from your heart. The future generation of Trinidad and Tobago are looking on. And this is why your leadership language and word choices matter. Language is obviously a vital tool. Not only is it a means of communicating thoughts and ideas, but it forges friendships, cultural ties, and economic relationships. Dr. Rowley, I sincerely hope that you don't tell any leaders of the world to besa your posterior. This is Diana Benskin, aka The Storm, bidding you auf Wiedersehen until we meet again. Good night, beloved people.
Hey, Tommy, we know you're inside, man. Tommy? He's muted.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hearing you now.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been been like pulling teeth doing this trip.
Hey, Cathy, you still on? Let me move Cathy, yeah? Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me move Cathy. Go ahead, Tommy.
I said it's been a very long day. It started very early and I finally settled in late, as you see. But I'm here.
But you're home. You're home, man. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm home. I'm finally home. It's been 21 months. Actually, it's 18 months since I've been attempting to do so, and I finally did it. It's been a challenge, but I'm here. I'll be in touch. I'll do my best to keep up.
All right. No, we appreciate, man. We know it's been a long journey, so get some rest, man.
Yeah. Very tired. Yeah.
Yeah, get some rest. All right.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Take care. All right.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's Nut's birthday tomorrow, so he's looking for a birthday thing.
Yeah, tell him I go send him my doubles.
Nuts, okay, oh dear.
So very straight people. Power concedes not without a demand. It never did and never will Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. And these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows or with both. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness.
Happy birthday to Happy Nutsy wants you to sing happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, Nutsy. Happy birthday, Nutsy. Happy birthday, little cashew nut. Happy birthday, Nutsy. Good.
And let me just see. Cathy, are you still there? Cathy? Cathy? Cathy left a camera on. So, all right. So, closing comments from Ellis Island. A closed door is a redirection to a bigger blessing. Real is rare and fake is everywhere. And then the other person that was going to put closing comments in the chat was, let me see who's the other person. Good night to everyone. CV
you
is the other
sing
person.
happy birthday for Nutsy.
Yeah, I was Nutsy. Hold on, let me read the closing comment. I'm going to sing happy birthday to you. Let me see. CV. Let me see what CV put their comments. Hold on a minute. CV closing comments. Of course, it's CV. When the righteous increase, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people groans. This should be our anthem. Thank you so much. Cathy, you still there? Cathy? Hold on. Let me see what. Hold on. Let me see Cathy. Cathy, you want to say some closing words?
Answer me really want to hear my closing words?
Cathy, you want to say some positive closing words?
Answer, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay. Tonight I am very disturbed and I was most unpleased with the way the program was conducted tonight. Right? You lost a golden opportunity to have women on the program to make their contribution. These other people, guess who I am seeing tonight? I listened to the whole program. No time did I see that they were advertised to speak. Right? There was one of your hosts who was very disrespectful to a female. Right? And this is not the type of
Cathy,
yes,
Cathy,
Cathy, I'm speaking the program was because the woman tonight.
Cathy, can we pick that up? Can we pick it up privately, if you don't mind?
So it must be in the open. We must speak about it privately, Anson. I was very much unsatisfied with it.
Yeah. And you see, Anselm, what I talk about, right? This is what I talk about. In Trinidad and Tobago, what I am finding, let me come back on camera here, right? As we get deeper into this program, I openly say I support no political party. I have no problem with Gary in his comments, no problem with UPNM, no. And I find in Trinidad and Tobago, they're taking this politics thing too personal. And you get under their skin very easily. You should be able to come on the program and say, you know, whatever, answer whatever questions. We have people come in here and like Watson Jew come in here and say, fling the questions. I find it this politics thing in Trinidad and Tobago, people are taking it too personal, and I'm speaking from my own family members that are down there. Some of them behave like in a cultish manner. You can't say nothing about this party. You can't mention any policies that you don't agree with, and they want to attack you, right? You can't take it personal. This is a forum to discuss, and we allow everyone. It was unfortunate that, you know, one of the hosts posed a question to one of our guests too early. Yes, I agree with that. But he had the right to pose the question because a statement was made. You should have given her a chance to, you know, talk about what the parameters she was invited under, and then we could have posed questions later. We have to stop making politics divide us in Trinidad and Tobago. When all is said and done, they are feeding at the political troughs. Their pockets are lined, and you, the citizens down there, you are the ones that are allowing politics to divide you. and that is unnecessary. It is okay. You're not supporting this Rose Tree or this this certain party, but you can still be cordial to each other. You still can have a conversation. Stop letting it have a toxic, acrimonious effect on your life. Yes, you may have had experience within the political arena in Trinidad and Tobago, but you need to be able to drop that cloak and be a Trinbagonian and engage with everybody on every forum. And that is what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. There's a toxic divide. I saw it here tonight. Toxicity. I don't want to hear this person. I don't want to hear this person. There are people in Trinidad and Tobago that I don't agree with. But if they came on this show, I am going to engage them. And you know why I'm going to engage them? Because I want to know what is in their mind. I want to know, well, what is this?
And Diana, you are so right there because, Takesha, the thought by Takesha to bring Andy in was great. You know what I'm saying? And we asked Andy some questions, some tough questions, and he kind of, but this is what it's about. This is what it's about.
Yeah, people
right?
have become so
right.
It's so engraved in them. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to engage this person. I'm not going. That is what is dividing the country.
So
Diana, you're not going to get any better.
Even though we close the program, Victor Newman says, "You in the US don't experience what we have to endure."
Oh really? Oh really? Yeah. Oh really?
Victor, Victor, come back next time, Victor, because this was a little marathon. Come back next time, boy. Right?
Are you joking?
Yeah, Albert Montano said this was the best program. I enjoyed the program, man.
We want everybody's opinion.
We want
and you should be able,
opinion.
you should be able to throw a question your way, and you either deflect the question or you rightfully say, well, I'm not going to answer that question. Can we move to a next one? The personal, holding on to grudges, it's not going to get us anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not going to. No.
And Diana, it's true, Diana, because look at, and we're going to close on this one, right, Diana? Look at, and I always tell people this, look how much thunder I just get, more thunder than Duke, right? For me saying that I'm a supporter of the PNM, right? All kind of thing. But anytime a UNC person comes in here, I am very respectful to them.
Well,
right? What I'm saying, I'm not saying Gary's disrespectful, but this is what I do. We let Senator Lyda talk about 25 minutes before we say anything to him. Right? You have to let people get comfortable. Before you ask the tough questions. So whenever they come in,
that's what we disagree with. Yes.
Right. And Marsha Walker and Annie Roberts, I posed questions to them, and they told me we're not going down that road. I said, fine.
That's it, and we left it alone.
Left it alone. We ain't going down that road. Fine. And that is why a lot of people, like Senator Lyda, keep coming back. Indasting keeps coming back. Marsha Walker keeps coming back because we want it to be a little different from the pro-PNM and pro-UNC program. And look, we get Andy to come on the program. Right? I could call Aisha Wells. And I said, go pick up Aisha Wells. I want you to come on the program. People coming on the program. I get Pastor Google, right?
Yeah, we got to work on it. Yeah.
We got to work on Pastor Google. We got to get Pastor Google, boy.
Because there's so much toxicity and acrimony. We are trying to, let people say you can be cordial to each other. You can talk, you can disagree, and then you go make your own choices. But they're holding on to these grudges. And I notice as an outsider, people have a lot of history on who did what and when and how and what. But that is not the issue at hand here. You hear what Senator Lyda said? We are in a constitutional crisis.
Yeah, you see, Cathy says the next time post up the damn names to be guests so others will decline. It's okay as a host to comment about your post, but not others. Oh, please.
No. Others can comment. You see, that is the the personal, when they said something about me and I responded. I done with that. I responded and I done with that.
And then we go close with this comment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, with no other than Ellis Island. Diana, get some rest and stay beautiful. I don't want you to drop like my friend Wall Street. Oh.
Matter of fact, I'm going to shave it off this weekend. So.
Oh, God. Well, yes, folks, I want to say it's always a pleasure. We thank you all so much for staying with us, man. This was a marathon one, boy, a marathon, right? And we appreciate all of you, you know, and continue to stay with us. But you know the next thing we had to do, right? Nah, Ron, we're bringing back Joefield. Ron, you little Ron owner, you told us that we wasn't going to bring back Marshall Walker. Remember that? You forget that? Eh?
Yeah,
Ron
Horner here in the corner yet?
Yeah, we go put him in the corner. We were supposed to put somebody in the corner tonight, you know.
Yeah, Dr. Rowley. Yeah, Dr. Rowley, you in the corner permanently for your language to Ishan. I put you there.
We can't put him in the corner. We can't put him in the corner permanently.
I put him there. I put him in the corner permanently for what he did to Dr. Ishan. Not Dr. Ishan, Ishmael. Dr. Rowley, you are in the corner. I hope you find a nice chair with a cushion. Matter of fact, no, don't chair with no cushion for you. Go and kneel down on some rice grains.
So, folks, of course, let me see something. I think Gary's still there, buddy. No, that's not Gary. All right, so folks, we thank you all for watching and go get some rest, and we see you all on Saturday. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and we are outside. Later. Good night to you as well, Rowley. Take care. Later. Take care, Diana.